Chapter 32:21. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and prepared to comprehend the law of water without hesitation, because according to his speculation, this should be a law of the 5 elements. After comprehending it, he should be able to condense the law of the 5 elements. This way, he could condense a law of the 5 elements. Moreover, as long as he had any law of the 5 elements, he could break through and reach the true law of the 5 elements. In that way, his strength would increase exponentially. Moreover, Lin Xian had the plenilun seed and the grand Tao comprehension scripture. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. Therefore, Lin Xian once again tried to comprehend the law of water. After an unknown number of years, Lin Xian condensed the law of water fragment. After the law of water fragment was formed, Lin Xian had already grasped for law of the 5 elements. While his attack power was fierce, there was also a kind of softness. It could be said that the combination of hardness and softness increased his attack power once again. There was also the law of earth and the law of metal to be comprehended together. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A trace of determination emerged in his eyes. He must comprehend the law of the 5 elements. Next, Lin Xian continued. Those people outside. While waiting, they discussed animatedly. This kid had gone in for so long, but he still hadn't come out. He wouldn't have entered the 20th floor, right? Someone guessed. It can't be, right? He could actually enter the 20th floor. That's impossible. Could it be that he also has the qualifications to enter the purple name list? When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. There were a total of 11 purple names on the stone tablet, and every one of them was an earth-shattering, peerless genius. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Now there was going to be a new one. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the rest had solemn expressions. Yu Heng and his brothers were extremely nervous. If the other party really entered the purple name list, then what revenge could they take? They had to run away quickly. However, the 3 of them did not leave, because they were betting. They did not believe that Lin Xian could enter the purple name list. Maybe the other party took a longer time to pass the test. They could only comfort themselves like this. Falling into the abyss, Lin Xian still passed the 20th floor. This time he used an unknown amount of time to comprehend the law of the 5 elements, the law of earth fragment. This falling into the abyss is really too mysterious. It definitely has the law of time, and I actually can't feel the changes in my body. After Lin Xian came out of the Earth God Hall, he was extremely amazed. This kind of method, probably only the law of time. Moreover, it must be an extremely profound law of time. Looks to behind the abyss to falling into the abyss. Who was the one who built this place? After the 20th floor, the first to Lin Xianyu, from now on, to the purple name of the 5 purple, right? To the Titalin. To you, time to you, to of course. In the 21st stage, his opponent was very strange. It was a saber, a long golden saber. The long saber carried a biting, cold-killing intent. Like a divine saber, it caused the entire void to tremble. As soon as he appeared, huge cracks appeared all over the sky. The terrifying saber light enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian unleashed a fragment of the laws of earth to create an extremely powerful defense around him. The sword of law flew out. The 2 collided in the air, producing a sonorous sound. It was not damaged. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the golden long blade was sent flying, but it did not crack. This was too shocking for him. One must know how powerful he was right now. Even an ordinary half-saint would be sliced in half by his attack. But now the long blade was fine. I can feel a trace of the law of metal. No wonder it's so hard. The law of metal mainly attacks, and is incomparably hard. The long blade must be formed from the law of metal fragments. That's great. Let me experience just how powerful the law of metal is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He waved the law element and quickly rushed up. The 21st floor, 22nd floor, 23rd floor, Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the 25th floor. The 25th floor was a man in a golden robe. His entire body seemed to be made of pure gold. He had a golden long sword in his hand. On the long sword, countless law runes gathered. The sword Qi was like a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a great sense of danger. The 25th floor was so powerful. He was surprised. Buzz! A sword Qi slashed towards him like a heaven-shaking divine thunder, splitting open the void. Even the law of earth fragment in front of Lin Xian was split apart. This surprised Lin Xian. This sword was really too powerful. Kill! Lin Xian condensed the law element and rushed over. The battle between the two was very intense. The entire space was completely shattered, filled with terrifying law of metal. Fortunately, this was the falling abyss, which was extremely mysterious. Otherwise, if it was outside, it would probably be shattered for tens of millions of miles. Buzz! Lin Xian blocked the opponent's attack with a sword. He stretched out his palm. On the tip of his finger, there was a terrifying law of water, rotating and flowing. It looked like a monstrous wave, covering the sky and the earth as it surged forward. Those golden sword Qi slashed into the waves, but it did not break. Instead, it sank deeper and deeper. The monstrous sea was traceless and incomparably soft. The sea water directly swallowed all the sword Qi. Buzz! However, at this moment, a piercing light burst out from the eyes of the brocade-robed man. Those golden sword Qi suddenly shone brightly. The sword Qi that was originally swept into the seawater also erupted, rushing out of the water like a golden dragon. The seawater was split apart, and a few sword Qi crashed into Lin Xian's body. Clang! These sword Qi crashed into Lin Xian's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian's Qi and blood churned, and a few cracks appeared on his body. He roared, and the 9-yang divine body showed its power. At the same time, the law of wood fragment provided a powerful vitality. The cracks on his body instantly healed. Annihilation. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the law of annihilation fragment surged up, cooperating with the law of water fragment. The two began to destroy the golden light in the sky. The golden-robed man opposite him began to counterattack. As if there was endless power in his body, those golden sword Qi transformed into golden dragons, roaring. This caused Lin Xian's body to sway again. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the great dragon sword spirit roared. He knew that this was a powerful enemy. He did not dare to hold back. All kinds of law attacks, combined with great divine abilities, surged forward, wanting to suppress the other party. Buzz! Finally, Lin Xian broke through the golden sword Qi that filled the sky and arrived in front of the other party. He slashed out with his sword, stabbing towards the other party's body. With a clang, another thunderous sound was heard. His law of sword Qi did not pierce in. This shocked him greatly. This body was so strong. The other party's body was comparable to his current divine body. Metal physique. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This body was completely condensed from the law of metal fragment. This was a law of body. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a terrifying physique. If I can comprehend the law of metal, I can definitely raise my 9-yang divine body to another level. He was extremely excited. He must comprehend the law of metal. However, to comprehend the law of metal, he must first kill the golden-robed man in front of him. Buzz! At this moment, the golden sword in the golden-robed man's hand bloomed with incomparable light, slashing towards Lin Xian. Chapter 32:22. Lin Xian gave a cold snort and did not dodge. He unleashed all of his divine abilities to contend with it. The two people shook heaven and earth, fighting until 300 moves. Finally, Lin Xian killed the golden-robed person with one sword, and a terrifying large crack also appeared on his body. However, this was not a problem at all to Lin Xian. The longevity art plus the wood law fragment allowed his body to recover rapidly. Great, the 25th stage finally passed. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The golden robe person was seriously too powerful. If not for his powerful physique and great dragon sword soul, wanting to hit the other party would also be very difficult. Next, it was to comprehend the metal law. Sure enough, a golden door appeared in front of him. Lin Xian walked in and started comprehending the metal law. In the outside world, everyone was already waiting impatiently. This time was also too long. It was even longer than Yan Nantian. But could the other party surpass Yan Nantian? What a joke! They felt that the kid had already died inside. Perhaps he had really perished in there. The people of the White Crane clan laughed coldly. Yu Heng and his brothers also all heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like the other party was not much of a threat. Perhaps the other party could not come out at all. The dark, red, divine dragon frowned slightly. After all, the falling abyss below was very mysterious. He could not see through it either. But he guessed that Lin Xian should not have any problems. Just as everyone was discussing, finally, someone cried out in surprise. Quickly look, the stone steel in front has changed. What? Everyone raised their heads and looked forward. Could it be that the kid was coming out? That kid didn't die? I want to see what ranking that kid can obtain. The people of the White Crane clan snorted coldly. Yu Heng and his brothers also clenched their fists tightly. Did not know if the other party could enter the top 10 of the orange names. If that was really the case, they would probably be in danger. Orange names, no. Everyone's first attention was naturally the orange name region, but they discovered that the other party was not there at all. Could it be that the other party did not enter the orange names at all? Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others frowned. That should not be. The other party could easily defeat Yu Heng, which meant that the other party was not weak. In fact, he might even be stronger than them. But why was the other party not in the orange names? Could it be that the other party entered the purple names? As soon as this idea came out, the faces of Wang Qin and the others changed. They hurriedly looked up at the stone steel. In the next moment, they were stunned and their bodies began to tremble slightly. What's with your expressions? The other half-saints in the area were also perplexed by Zhang Xian's words. Ah, they screamed, and a few half-saints fainted from fright. The other people were also trembling. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The dark, red dragon raised his head and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name. Another person had appeared. Lin Xian's name appeared in the purple area. And appear first. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. First? Heavens! That kid was actually... How is this possible? The people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. They could not. The others were dumbfounded. Yu Heng and Yu Heng knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. They still wanted to take revenge on the other party? The other party was first. That was someone on par with Di Ling. He even surpassed Yan Nantian. Would they dare to take revenge on such a person? If the other party wanted to kill them, it should be effortless. Thinking of this, the three turned and fled. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others were even more stunned. They originally thought that the other party was stronger than them, but not by much. But who would have thought that they were so wrong? The other party was a true dragon. He soared into the sky, far surpassing them. Even Yan Nantian could not suppress him. The people of the White Crane clan were even more stunned. Because they had a grudge with the other party, they naturally did not want to see the other party soar into the sky. But now, the other party had directly become first. Everyone from the White Crane clan had been trampled under their feet. They could not believe it. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the stone steel. How could this kid be first in purple? Among the White Crane clan, a half-saint roared crazily. His strength was very strong. Among the orange names, he was ranked third, very close to purple. But now, the other party had far surpassed him. This made him unable to believe it at all. The dark red divine dragon was extremely surprised. Oh my, this kid is really too heaven-defying. But there were still many half-saints who did not believe it. They felt that there should be something wrong with the stone steel. Otherwise, how could the other party be first? When that brat comes out, I must personally test his strength and see just how strong he is. Some powerful half-saints gritted their teeth. They were all waiting for Lin Xian's return. But they waited for a long time and found that Lin Xian did not come out. What was going on? Under normal circumstances, the other party should come out very quickly when the ranking appeared. But now it was beyond their expectations. This strengthened their confidence. There was something wrong with the stone steel. In fact, they did not know that there was nothing wrong with the stone steel, because Lin Xian was now comprehending the laws of metal. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, a golden pattern appeared on his body, carrying a sharp aura. The next moment, the other 4 Tao patterns began to flicker, accompanying his body, forming a 5-element light. 5-element laws. Lin Xian comprehended all of them into law fragments, which made him wild with joy. If he could unify the 5 elements, the power of these law fragments would increase again. But he knew that unifying the 5 elements was not easy, and it needed to be well practiced. Now, in addition to the 5-element laws, Lin Xian also comprehended the annihilation law. It could be said that he had comprehended 6 laws, more than Yan Nantian. He was full of confidence. What would be next on the 26th level? Originally, he still wanted to continue, but the next moment, a grayish-white aura wrapped around him and sent him out of the falling abyss. This made Lin Xian sigh. It seemed that there should be some rules in the falling abyss that he did not understand. However, the harvest this time was very huge. He comprehended an additional 4 laws. The falling abyss was definitely a treasure land. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian accelerated his flight, flying out of the falling abyss. Those people outside were all waiting. Suddenly, their brows twitched. Someone came out. Sure enough, the next moment, they saw a figure rushing up from below. It was that kid. Chapter 32:23. However, they did not sense any powerful aura from him. This kid's aura is not much stronger. He probably did not gain any benefits. There is indeed a problem with the stone tablet. The White Crane race snorted coldly. The orange, ranked third, half-saint walked out. Kid, I want to see how powerful you are to be able to achieve such a result. This half-saint exuded a terrifying aura. It was a fragment of the law of wind. It was so sharp that it caused the entire world to boil. Lin Xian first turned to look at the towering stone tablet. When he saw that his name was tied with Di Ling for first place, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. He had surpassed Yan Nantian. However, what surprised him was that Di Ling was tied with him. Could it be that he had reached the 25th floor? And he had successfully passed. That surprised him. It seemed that Di Ling was not simple. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at the half-saint of the White Crane race in front of him. He snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to fight with me? You are courting death. The half-saint of the White Crane race was enraged. The fragments of the law of wind on his body soared into the sky. He turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. At such a close distance, he could kill Lin Xian before he could react. With a wave of his hand, countless fragments of the law of wind gathered in front of him. Accompanied by a gust of wind, they formed a spear of the law of wind. The spear stabbed out directly towards Lin Xian's head. The void was pierced through in an instant, and the half-saints below began to tremble. This spear was simply too terrifying. It could easily shatter them into pieces. This guy was too powerful. Yes, as expected of the orange ranked third. It was already very close to the purple name. I want to see how this kid will fight against it. He won't be able to block it. He is ranked first. There must be something wrong with the stone tablet. Just wait and see. He will be killed in an instant. Looking at such a sharp spear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was indeed not bad, but it could not do anything to him. He could deal with it calmly before, let alone now that he had comprehended for new fragments of the law of wind. This kind of attack could not withstand a single blow from him. Wang, with a wave of his sleeve, endless blue law fragments danced, forming a monstrous sea that enveloped the spear. Not good. The expression of the half-step sage of the white crane race changed instantly. He felt as if his spear had sunk into a quagmire. That powerful force wanted to engulf him. Wang. At the same time, Lin Xian's other hand moved. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. The fragments of the law of metal gathered to form a golden sword that slashed forward. With a bang, the half-saint of the White Crane clan was pierced through. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard as the blood of a half-saint was spilled. The body of the half-saint fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. The surrounding people were all stunned. No, the people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. To think that one of the top half-saints of their tribe would be severely injured by a single finger from the other party. This was simply too unbelievable. Was the other party already so terrifying? The other half-saints were so scared that they wet their pants. Number one. The other party definitely had the strength to be number one. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian. Who else wants to fight with me? Lin Xian asked coldly as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding half-saints all lowered their heads. No one dared to look him in the eye. Wang Cheng, Ji Bai, and the others also lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. Previously, when they came here, they were arrogant and thought that no one was a match for them except for Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. But now, another person had appeared, suppressing them to the point that they could not raise their heads. The people of the White Crane clan also lowered their heads. Although they were furious, they did not dare to attack. The other party was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Ruffian Long, go in. There are many benefits inside. Lin Xian looked at the dark red dragon. That's good. The dark red dragon swayed its tail and rushed down to test it. After the dark red divine dragon left, Lin Xian turned his gaze to the distance. There was an earth-shattering scene there. Terrifying laws were dancing in the air. Are these two guys not done yet? He naturally knew that it was Yan Nantian and Lu Mu who were fighting in the distance. Well, I'll use those two to test my strength. Let's see how strong I am now. Lin Xian was filled with lofty sentiments. The surrounding half-saints were no longer a match for him. In fact, he was not even interested in fighting. However, Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were different. They were very powerful. Buzz! Lin Xian took a step forward. His body shone brightly. Like a god of war, he tore through the void and rushed into the distance. Heavens, what is he trying to do? That's where Yan Nantian and Lu Mu are fighting. Is he going to watch the battle? The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. Some of them had already begun to gather in front. Lin Xian did go to the place where the two were fighting. However, he did not want to watch the battle. He wanted to fight. In front of him, Yan Nantian looked solemn. He originally thought that he could easily suppress Lu Mu since he was ranked 4th and Lu Mu was ranked 9th. He even thought that he could defeat Lu Mu. However, it seemed that he had been too careless. Lu Mu was very strong. Lu Mu was ranked 9th 60 years ago. Now he was unfathomable. Yan Nantian could not defeat Lu Mu in a short time. Of course, Yan Nantian only looked solemn. He was not afraid. As the successor of the great emperor, he had many trump cards that could save his life. Therefore, he did not intend to use them now. Yan Nantian, are you such a successor of the great emperor? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. You don't deserve to be the successor of the great emperor. Why don't you give me your great emperor's inheritance? I can make it shine. Lu Mu held a long green spear. Like a god, he emitted a powerful aura. Humph! Do you really think that I can't defeat you? Yan Nantian snorted and formed a seal with his palm again. The precept fragments rushed forward together with the theurgy. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Countless precept fragments danced in the air and the entire sky exploded. The surrounding half-saints did not dare to get closer. They could only watch from afar using secret techniques. However, at this moment, the half-saints in the distance were all stunned. Their eyes almost popped out. Heavens, what was he trying to see? Was he going to join the battle? They saw a figure descend from the sky and land in the middle of Yan Nantian and Lu Mu's battle. Lin Xian descended from the sky and laughed. You too, are you not done yet? In that case, I'll spar with you. His powerful sword qi slashed in all directions and directly enveloped Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were stunned. Then they were completely enraged. You're courting death. Yan Nantian waved his hand. Suddenly, an ancient imperial rune appeared in the sky like a dazzling star. Chapter 32:24. Lu Mu held the green spear in his hand and thrust it out. The terrifying spear light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The two peerless geniuses attacked together to fight against Lin Xian. This scene made the half-saints in the distance almost faint when they saw it. God, this Lin Wuti was too arrogant. He actually wanted to fight against 2 of them. If it was an ordinary half-saint, it would be fine if it was 1 against 2. But who was the opponent? It could be Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Any one of them would be able to suppress an entire region and make them tremble in fear. Now, Lin Xian actually wanted to fight against 2 top experts at the same time. Was he not courting death? This kid was too arrogant. Yes, did he really think that he could fight against these 2 just because he got first place? Not to mention Yan Nantian, who was the successor of the great emperor. Just Lu Mu was already very terrifying. If Lu Mu participated in the Abyss trial again, he would definitely be able to get into the top 3, or even first place. In the distance, the half-saints discussed animatedly. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a hearty laugh. A dragon roar came from his body. He clenched his left hand into a fist. The law of fire accompanied his fist and turned into a fire dragon, shattering the void. It collided with the ancient emperor runes. An earth-shattering explosion filled the sky. The void shattered as if it was the end of the world. At the same time, his right hand formed a law sword and slashed out. The law of metal combined with the power of the dragon sword soul was unstoppable. Clang! This attack caused the half-saints who were watching the battle from afar to continuously retreat. Some even vomited blood and trembled. It was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make them shudder. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. Could this kid really fight against 2 top geniuses at the same time? Who exactly was he? Damn it! Yan Nantian roared. His gaze was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, staring at the figure above. It was him. What was going on? How was it possible? How could he become so strong? He could not believe it. On the other side, Lu Mu's body emitted a monstrous aura. He also stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Wuti. Lin Xian's voice was filled with confidence. Lu Mu frowned. How dare he call himself invincible? That was too arrogant. At the same time, he received a message from his junior sister. "Senior brother, this guy just took first place in the purple ranking. You must be careful." What? This time, Lu Mu was completely stunned. He stared at the young man in front of him again. Purple ranked first. What about the Imperial Mausoleum? Di Ling and that Lin Wuti were both ranked first. Lu Mu was completely stunned. He had experienced how powerful Di Ling was. It was hard to believe that the other party could stand side by side with Di Ling at the same time. But very soon he snorted coldly. So what? The Imperial Mausoleum's ranking was also from over 100 years ago. Furthermore, the current me is no longer the same me from 60 years ago. So what if he was number one? Lu Mu's eyes emitted a sharp and dazzling light. Kid, let me see what kind of strength you have in the purple ranking first. Lu Mu made his move. He stabbed out with his spear as if it was going to destroy the world. A shocking phenomenon accompanied his long spear. Buzz! Lin Xian held the sword of the laws tightly in his hand and fought with his opponent. Every strike caused a huge crack that stretched for millions of miles. The entire sky was completely shattered. Yan Nantian was also shocked. Purple ranked first? One should know that he was only ranked fourth. This kid actually took first place. That was really surprising. However, do you think you can suppress me just because you took first place? You're too naive. I didn't use all my means in the previous test. Yan Nantian's eyes were piercingly cold. As the successor of a great emperor, he had many means that he would not use unless he had no other choice. Although his opponent took first place, it did not matter. Yan Nantian was not afraid of his opponent. In the next moment, he let out a long roar and 9 terrifying emperor runes rushed out of his body and circled around him. Beneath his feet were the shadows of the 4 divine beasts. They carried him and soared into the sky like a celestial emperor. He quickly charged forward. He formed a seal with his palms as if he was going to shatter the entire starry sky. Good. Lin Xian laughed and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he turned around and threw out a punch. The monstrous flaming fist burned fiercely, and the entire sky was covered in flames. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian and Yan Nantian collided 5 times in a row and destroyed the void within 1,000,000 miles. In the next moment, Lin Xian turned around again and fought with Lu Mu. The battle between the 3 was earth-shattering. The half-saints who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. This time, they directly witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Now, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian's name anymore. Yan Nantian and Lu Mu also looked serious. The 2 of them joined forces, but could not defeat their opponent. Damn it! Are you forcing me to use my trump card? Yan Nantian roared, and a shadow rushed out of his body. It turned into a black light and charged directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he felt a touch of fear. He waved his hand and cast out the fragments of the Law of Earth to form a shield around him. However, in the next moment, the law shield he unleashed was actually cleaved apart. The black light blasted on his body and sent him flying. He retreated hundreds of thousands of miles in a row before he stopped and a crack appeared on his body. But soon he healed. His eyes became sharp. This is interesting. This is the successor of a great emperor. Lin Xian stood up and all kinds of law fragments jumped on his body. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. The dragon, sword soul in his body, kept roaring. He charged over again and fought with Yan Nantian. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 exchanged more than 3,000 blows. Yan Nantian was sent flying, and the black light was also sent into the sky. Yan Nantian vomited blood, and his body was broken. He was almost cut in half. His black hair fluttered, and he roared crazily. On the other side, Lu Mu also looked serious, but he did not make a move. Lin Wuti, very good. I will remember you. You are very strong, but I am afraid you can't determine the winner in a short time. But don't worry. We will have a chance to fight sooner or later. When the time comes, it will not be like today. I will definitely determine the winner. Lu Mu's voice was sonorous. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and turned to leave. With a wave of his hand, he took his junior sister away. The 2 turned into flowing light and completely disappeared into the sky. He left. Lu Mu left. The half-saints in the distance were stunned. That was Lu Mu, a famous figure on the starry sky ancient path. But now he was forced to leave by a newcomer. It was unbelievable. Chapter 32:25. Kid, I really underestimated you. I will remember today's grudge. One day I will return it. Yan Nantian also soared into the sky. He did not continue to fight. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was too domineering. No way. Yan Nantian also left. This Lin Wudi actually forced Yan Nantian and Lu Mu away by himself. Those half-saints in the distance almost fainted from fright. I'll accompany you any time. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his voice sonorous. Through this battle, Lin Xian had a clear understanding of his strength. He was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than before. Previously, he could fight against Yan Nantian alone. However, it was impossible to add another Lu Mu to the list. But now he was not at a disadvantage at all in a one-on-two battle. And the more he fought, the braver he became. Buzz! He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the falling abyss. He sat down cross-legged and began to organize and consolidate his realm. The surrounding half-saints all retreated far away, not daring to breathe. The people of the White Crane clan were facing a great enemy. Even many half-saints retreated. They really did not dare to stay here any longer. If Lin Xian attacked, they would probably end up very badly. Lin Xian ignored the White Crane clan. He closed his eyes and cultivated, waiting for the dark red divine dragon. After a few days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was here. He stood up. As expected, a roar came from below. Ha, I am back. The dark red divine dragon appeared, and the name on the abyss stone tablet also appeared again. One more person was added to the purple ranking. The dark red divine dragon was ranked 8th, once again pushing Lu Mu down. Kid, I need to comprehend again. The dark red divine dragon entered the black earth. Lin Xian nodded. The next moment, he looked into the distance. It was time to leave the falling abyss. Buzz! He turned into a wisp of sword light, cut open the sky, and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left the falling abyss, but they did not immediately leave the falling star. Descending upon a city near the fallen abyss, Lin Xian entered. Lingdong Pavilion. It was a very famous place in the city. The people who came and went here were all top experts. There were even half-saints. This was because the spirit tea here was very famous. It was a type of tea taken from the fallen abyss, called the fallen spirit tea. It was said that after drinking it, one would experience the feeling of one's soul falling. It could strengthen one's soul. It could be said that it was very precious. At this moment, 3 silhouettes sat within the spirit tea. Their powerful auras caused the hearts of the surrounding people to pound. Boss, what should we do? Should I go back and take the test? If you want to die, I won't stop you. Boss Yu Heng snorted coldly. These 3 people were precisely Yu Heng and his 2 brothers. When they saw Lin Xian obtain first place in the purple ranking, they immediately fled. What kind of joke was this? They didn't dare to go against such an expert. So at this moment, when he heard Yu Heng's 3rd brother's words, he instantly denied it. If these people wanted to throw their lives away, he would not go. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Then a figure walked up. Boss Yu Heng's eyes almost popped out when he saw the figure. Beside him, 2nd and 3rd brothers trembled and almost peed in their pants. It's him. Damn it, why is he here? Could it be that he's here to kill us? Yu Heng and his 2 brothers felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Xian had just left the fallen abyss. The news of him falling into the abyss hadn't spread yet. So the experts in the Lingdong Pavilion didn't recognize him. However, Yu Heng and his 2 brothers knew him. This was an extremely terrifying existence. So Yu Heng and his 2 brothers instantly stood up, trembling. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback and glanced at them. He didn't expect to meet these three guys here. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yu Heng's second and third brothers almost fainted from fright. Boss Yu Heng tried his best to control himself. He decisively walked up and bowed. "Greetings, young Master Lin. We were reckless and offended young Master Lin. Please punish us. We definitely won't fight back." Yu Heng's second and third brothers also walked over and stood respectfully to the side. How could they fight back? Even if the three of them worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the other party. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. What was going on? Who was this young man? They were very curious about Lin Xian's identity. The powerful aura emitted by Yu Heng and his two brothers shocked these people. Obviously, these three were experts. But at this moment, they were so respectful to this young man. Could it be that this young man was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? "All right, I'll let you off this time," Lin Xian said lightly. These three Yu Heng brothers were really unable to arouse his interest. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Heng and his two brothers let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Yu Heng's eldest brother raised his head and put on a smile. "Young Master Lin came to the Lingdong Pavilion to taste the spirit tea, right? I know the Lingdong Pavilion very well. Let me introduce you." The three hurriedly invited Lin Xian to the seat of honor. The three brothers sat in the best position on the third floor. As soon as they sat down, the surrounding formation formed a light screen enveloping them. The people outside couldn't see at all. They could only feel a trace of terrifying aura coming from inside. At the same time, a group of people walked into the hall on the first floor of the Lingdong Pavilion. This group of people was outstanding, and the aura of a few young people was even more powerful. As soon as they appeared, the cultivators in the hall exclaimed, Half-saints had arrived!" Although most of these people had unfamiliar faces, and they didn't know them, but there was one person that they were very familiar with. Mo Li, the Prince of the Abyss Kingdom. The Abyss Kingdom was a very powerful kingdom in the Fallen Star. Therefore, as an outstanding prince of the Abyss Kingdom, Mo Li was very famous in the Fallen Star. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire Lingdong Pavilion. The master of the Lingdong Pavilion even came to greet him personally. "Greetings to Prince Mo Li." The people around were even more shocked. They knew Prince Mo Li, but who were these people around Prince Mo Li? It seemed that their aura was no weaker than Prince Mo Li's. Even Prince Mo Li had to curry favor with these people, but they had never seen these people before. Could it be that they were geniuses from outside the domain? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. Recently, a large number of geniuses from outside the domain had come to the Fallen Star to go to the Fallen Abyss. This was no longer a secret. It seemed that these people were also preparing to go to the Fallen Abyss. As expected, Emily said in a deep voice, "These are my distinguished guests. Quickly prepare the best seats for me." "What?" The master of the Lingdong Pavilion was stunned. "What? You don't want to?" Chapter 32:26. No. The leader of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion quickly shook his head. Although he had a powerful force behind him, he did not want to go against Prince Mo Li. He quickly explained. It was not that he did not want to, but someone had already taken the best seat. These three people are of noble status, so I can't do anything to them. I hope Prince Mo Li can forgive me. Humph! Prince Mo Li snorted. Who dares to take the seat in front of me? I want to see. He ignored the leader of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion and turned around to speak to the young people behind him. Everyone, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. But don't worry, I'll go up and take care of them. Prince Mo Li waved his hand and took a few experts with him as he walked forward. The young people also showed a joking expression. Oh, there's a good show to watch. Well, let's go and see. They also walked up. In an instant, these people gathered on the third floor of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion. with the arrival of Prince Mo Lee and the others. Everyone on the third floor of the spiritual movement pavilion raised their heads. In the next moment, their faces changed. Who were these people? What a strong aura! There were several half-saints in heaven. That was Prince Mo Lee. Many people exclaimed. They all knew about Prince Mo Lee. Why was he here? And he looked aggressive. Who dared to provoke Prince Mo Lee? After Prince Mo Lee brought his people up, he stared at the best seat in the distance. In the next moment, his voice turned into terrifying energy and drilled into the array in front of him. Get out of there. This scene caused the surrounding martial artists to be extremely shocked. They knew that the three people who had entered the seats of honor earlier were all half-saints. It seemed that something big was going to happen. As expected, in the array, Lin Xian frowned. The three brothers were stunned, and then their faces darkened. Damn it, who dared to disturb them? Who dared to ask them to get out? Young Master Lin, please wait. I'll go and see who it is. The third brother of Yu Hung stood up. Who was it? Did he want to die? The third brother of Yu Hung came out and shouted coldly. But soon he was stunned, because he saw a group of people standing in front of him. A group of extremely powerful people. He was very familiar with the leader. The next moment he exclaimed, Prince Mo Lee! Big brother, this is bad. Prince Mo Lee has brought people here. Yu Hing's third brother hurriedly transmitted his voice. After Boss Yu Hing heard this, his expression also changed. With a wave of his hand, the formation was removed, and the first and second Yu Hing walked out. They looked ahead with solemn expressions. It was indeed Prince Mo Lee. The atmosphere on the third floor was extremely tense. Only Lin Xian was still sitting there quietly, calmly sipping his tea. It turned out to be Prince Mo Lee. What business does your highness have with us? Boss Yu Hung cupped his fists and said, Who are you people? Prince Demonic Lee frowned. He could also feel that the three people before him were half-saints. From the looks of it, the other party's background should not be small. We are the three Yu Hung brothers. What? The three Yu Hung brothers. As soon as he said this, many people around him exclaimed in surprise. Yu Hung and his brothers. Could it be the three of them? Heaven, they were extremely powerful. On the Abyss Stone tablet, they were ranked in the top 20. When the three of them joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. Obviously, everyone had heard of the three Yu Hung brothers. This made the three Yu Hung brothers very proud. In their opinion, so what if the other party was Prince Mo Lee? They would definitely give them face. Prince Mo Lee squinted his eyes. The three Yu Hung brothers? But soon he snorted coldly. If it was just him, he would definitely rope in the three Yu Hung brothers. But now he did not need to do so, because the people he brought this time were even more powerful than the three Yu Hung brothers. Behind Prince Mo Lee, a disdainful voice sounded. I was wondering who it was. So it's just the three Yu Hung brothers. You three trash dare to be arrogant in front of me? As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Someone dared to not give face to the three Yu Hung brothers? This was simply too shocking. It should be known that Prince Mo Lee would try his best to rope in the three Yu Hung brothers. One could imagine how terrifying the three Yu Hung brothers were. Moreover, when the three brothers joined forces, they would definitely be terrifying. Ordinary people would not be enemies with the three brothers. Hearing this, the three Yu Hung brothers were immediately enraged. Who dared to call the three of them trash? The third Yu Hung brother roared. Beside him, a snow rain blew. The snow rain drifted, and the temperature of the entire third floor dropped rapidly. The law of ice fragment. Everyone was horrified. They all retreated to the side. If I say you're trash, you're trash. What, you're not convinced? On Prince Mo Lee's side, a figure walked out. Heavenly Water Ant, it's actually you. The third Yu Hung brother screamed as if he had seen a ghost. The first and second Yu Hung brother's expression also changed. Since you know who I am, Why don't you hurry up and get lost? The man who walked out was wearing a blue robe. On his cheeks, there were silver-white scales flashing. The expressions of the surrounding experts also changed. Heavenly Water Ant, could it be that he was the first on the Abyss leaderboard? These people were all stunned. One should know that although the Yuhing brothers were powerful, the three of them could fight the top 10 on the orange list. However, they were only around the 10th place. But now, the person who walked out was the first on the orange list. The opponent's strength was much stronger than the three Yuhing brothers. He was very close to the purple list. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the Yuhing brothers were completely defeated this time. Humph! The people on Prince Mo Lee's side also sneered, looking like they were watching a show. Heavenly Water Ant stood up and said proudly, "Now kneel down and count out to me 10 times. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of 1,000 poisons biting your heart." As expected of Heavenly Water Ant, he was domineering. Yes, the three Yuhing brothers were definitely dead. Who asked them to be so reckless as to offend Prince Mo Lee? He had not expected Prince Mo Lee to bring the Sky Water Ant this time. He guessed that the people around him were all top talents. To be honest, the three Yuhing brothers were also very nervous. They did not expect Prince Mo Lee to invite Heavenly Water Ant. They had really kicked a metal plate. But this time, the three of them were not too afraid. They even sneered. There were people on the other side. Behind them, there was also a terrifying existence. And this existence would probably make Heavenly Water Ant kneel on the ground. Yuhing's boss walked out and said coldly as he looked ahead, "So you belong to the biased one. What business do you have here? If there's nothing, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our young Master Lin's tea." Chapter 32:27. Heavens, they could not believe their ears. What was Boss Yuhing doing? Boss Yuhing dared to challenge Sky Water Ant. Did he still want to live? As expected, Sky Water Ant's face darkened, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, countless fragments of the Law of Water appeared. "Have you three brothers lost your minds recently? You actually dare to challenge me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Sky Water Ant took a step forward, and the entire space turned into a sea. "Sky Water Ant, don't be arrogant." Yuhing and his brothers froze. They quickly activated their law fragments to resist. At the same time, Boss Yuhing roared, "Do you think you're arrogant? Let me give you a word of advice. Leave quickly. Young Master Lin is standing behind me. He's not someone you can offend. Leave quickly, and you can live. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state." Yuhing's second and third brothers roared as well. "You want me to leave? I'll end up in a terrible state?" When Sky Water Ant heard that, he roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. If it were Long Tianzhao or Di Ling who said that, I'd turn and leave. I'd even apologize. But who do you think you are? Someone like him dares to say such words to me?" Sky Water Ant was disdainful. When he entered, he had already observed Lin Xian. He did not know Lin Xian. Moreover, he did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. He was already number 1 with an orange name. As long as someone with a purple name did not appear, he would not be afraid. He would not be afraid of a powerful martial artist like the demonic Li Prince. Who did he think he was? How dare he show off in front of him? Boss Yuhing sneered. "Sky Water Ant, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Listen carefully." At this point, his voice suddenly became loud and clear, spreading in all directions. "Young Master Lin behind me is number 1 with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard. Sky Water Ant, hurry up and kneel, kowtow and admit your mistake." His voice rumbled like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned. What? Number 1 with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard? Heavens, how is that possible? When the Sky Water Ant heard this, he laughed heartily. "I say, you three trash's heads are really stuck in a door. The purple one is ranked first, but it's an imperial mausoleum. Who is this kid? Why have I never heard of him? He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Initially, he thought that the other party was a formidable genius. Who would have thought that the other party was actually a swindler? These three Yuhung brothers are really idiots. The first place on the Abyss rankings had been maintained for over 100 years, and had always been dealing. When had it ever changed? Are we idiots? I think you're the idiot. Yu Heng's second brother also sneered. How many years ago was that information of yours? Our young master Lin just obtained first place. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. I advise you to apologize quickly. What? First place. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. Someone like him dares to claim to be number one? The Skywater ant sneered. He took a step forward, and the endless sea turned into huge waves that surged forward. The terrifying fragments of the law of water rushed over. The faces of the Yu Hong brothers changed as they roared madly. However, in the next moment they were sent flying. So valiant! This heavenly water ant was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Was this the orange name number one? It was really too powerful. The Yu Hong brothers were shocked. The surrounding people were even more horrified. It seemed that this time the person who offended the Skywater ant was really dead. The Yu Hong brothers' faces were ugly. They could not beat the Skywater ant at all. They could only look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. The terrifying wave attack just now did not cause any harm to him at all. He slowly put down the glass teacup. Then he raised his head and looked to the front left. The law of water fragment. Skywater ant, orange name number one. Lin Xian said 3 titles in a row. The power was not bad, but that was all. I have no interest in fighting with you. Leave quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand. You're really courting death. Do you really think you're number one on the purple name? How dare you say such words to me? A piercing light burst out from the Skywater ant's eyes. The surrounding Skyprides and Prince Mo Li also sneered. Those who dared to offend the Skywater ant would definitely end up in a miserable state. The Skywater ant was enraged. His palm pushed out horizontally. Suddenly, the terrifying law of water fragments intertwined, dyeing the entire void blue. The monstrous ocean and violent waves shattered the void, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Die for me! Ocean bind! This attack was very terrifying. Even if a half-saint was enveloped by it, he would be ground into a bloody mist by the strangling power of the ocean. Lin Xian felt the terrifying law of water fragments forming a strangling power, trying to crush his body. However, his body wasn't so easily broken. The law of water fragments hit his body, making clanging sounds. It was like a million bolts of lightning. However, Lin Xian sat there, letting the other party hit him like this. He did not move at all. When the ocean disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. The Skywater ant's pupils also shrank. How could he not be injured? He felt like he was dreaming. His opponent should have been turned into a bloody mist. Why was he not injured at all? What kind of body did that damn kid have? Was he still human? Prince Mo Li and the others also changed their expressions. If his opponent was not wearing any top-tier armor, then his body was too terrifying. Good kid, you do have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and go against me. However, do you think that your body is strong enough to withstand my law of water? You are too naive. Water demon pressure, explode! As the Skywater ant roared, the void above Lin Xian kept shattering, forming a terrifying black hole. Endless fragments of the law of water formed 9,999 waves that came crashing down from the sky. The pressure was too strong. The surrounding people all vomited blood and flew backward, their faces full of fear. Even the bodies of Yu Hong and his brothers trembled as they retreated to the side. Under the water pressure, they could not resist at all. Even their souls would be crushed. Ha ha ha! Let's see how you die this time. The Skywater Ant's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand it. Facing the 9,999 terrifying waves, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine body blossomed with an unparalleled radiance to contend against them. In the next moment, he looked up. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, turning into golden law fragments, forming a golden sword light that shot upward. The sword rippled, and the surrounding void was completely golden. Everyone trembled as if they had been pierced by the sword. Chapter 32:28. 9,999 terrifying waves were split open by the sword. A terrifying crack appeared in the middle and could not be healed at all. What? It was split open. Prince Emoli and the others were shocked. Skywater Ant's pupils shrank. This was impossible. He screamed like a madman. On the other side, Lin Xian stood up. As he stood up, the golden sword light on his body filled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the waves in the void were pierced through and obliterated by the sword chi. "You want to fight me? Are you sure?" Lin Xian asked coldly. His words transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword lights that pressed down on the void, causing Prince Emoli and the others to tremble. The Skywater Ant's face turned pale. Just the terrifying power in the voice caused the blood in his body to churn. Damn it! Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a terrifying young expert? Who the hell are you? Skywater Ant asked in a low voice. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. "I am Lin Wudi." Yu Heng and his brothers shouted excitedly from afar. "Haha, Skywater Ant, I told you that Mr. Lin is the new #1 on the Abyss board. How dare you challenge me? You are overestimating yourself." Lin Wudi, the new #1 on the Abyss board. Everyone was shocked. They did not believe it before and thought it was a joke. But now they had to believe it. Skywater Ant was terrifying. He was the #1 on the orange rank. But now he was suppressed by Lin Xian's aura and could not fight back. Only the #1 on the purple rank could do such a thing. So it's Mr. Lin. Please forgive me for my mistake. Skywater Ant clenched his fist and said, although he was unwilling, he did not dare to fight again. The aura that Lin Xian gave off was too strong. Lin Xian nodded slightly and put away the golden sword light that filled the sky. He sat down again and poured himself a cup. Yu Heng and his brothers heaved a sigh of relief and walked over. They looked around with pride in their eyes. Prince Emoli also walked out. So it's Mr. Lin. Sorry for the disrespect. I wonder if young Master Lin would do me the honor of entertaining you. Prince Emoli wanted to rope Lin Xian in. After all, Lin Xian was the first on the purple ranking. They were very strong, far surpassing the Heavenly Water Ant and the others. If he could win over the Fallen Kingdom, then he would undoubtedly become the crown prince of the Fallen Kingdom. Furthermore, he would become the next emperor. Not interested, Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, Prince Emoli frowned. At this moment, a man in a black robe beside him snorted. Brat, you really refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Imperial Prince gave you face, and you actually dared to refuse? Did he really think that he could strut around just because he was #1 on the leaderboard? He was really courting death. Don't forget, this is the place where you feel most at ease. This man was a general under Prince Emoli. He had reached the half-saint level and was very powerful. Moreover, he cultivated the law of darkness. Although he did not take part in the Abyss test, he was very confident in himself. Previously, he was somewhat disdainful of the Heavenly Water Ant and the others. In his opinion, as long as the Imperial Prince was willing, these people would all come over. They would submit to the Imperial Prince. But now, the Imperial Prince had extended an invitation, and the other party dared to refuse. This made him feel incomparably furious. Not good. Hearing this, the Heavenly Water Ant's expression changed. Prince Emoli raised his eyebrows and was about to stop him. In the next moment, they were stunned, because Lin Xian snorted, "Noisy!" With a wave of his hand, a flaming palm surged over and instantly hit the black-robed man, sending him flying. Smack! A clear sound was heard. The black-robed man's face was smashed. "Get lost," Lin Xian said coldly. This scene was too sudden. The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the Yu Hengshan brothers were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive, daring to hit the people around Prince Emily. "Roar! I'm going to kill you!" The black-robed man flew over. Black law fragments appeared on his body, and a terrifying aura surged out. The surrounding light dimmed as if it was going to turn into night. "Blackwater!" Prince Emily reached out and stopped the other party. He then turned around and stared at Lin Xian. "You dared to hit my people. That's a little too overbearing." It seemed that Prince Emily was also angry. The people around him were trembling in fear. Lin Xian shook the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, "Your people? Then control them well. Don't let them shout in front of me, because you are not qualified." Arrogant, everyone's scalp went numb. They already thought that Prince Emily was arrogant enough, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more arrogant than them. Not qualified. He dared to say that Prince Emily and the others were not qualified. How arrogant was that? Good, good, good. Hearing such arrogant words, Prince Emily was so angry that he laughed. "I'm not qualified. How many years has it been since someone dared to talk to me like that? Previously, I respected you as a prodigy and thought that you were a promising talent. That was why I invited you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Blackwater, you can do it now. Roar!" The black-robed man roared and rushed over. In the next moment, the entire third floor was plunged into complete darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Everyone seemed to have been robbed of their vision and soul senses. Law of darkness. Countless people screamed in horror and hid in the corner, not daring to show their faces. Yu Heng and his brothers were also shocked. They quickly defended, and at the same time they quickly retreated. They couldn't withstand this energy at all. Lin Xian snorted. Law of darkness? Did they really think that they could rob all light? Today, I'll tell you that there are strong and weak laws too. Lin Xian's voice sounded. In the next moment, fragments of law of fire appeared on the surface of his body and burned fiercely. 9 yang divine body exploded with unparalleled light. Suddenly, like a flame in the darkness, it appeared instantly. At this moment, everyone saw it, and they were incomparably shocked. Heaven could actually soar with flames. This person's law of fire was so powerful. Extinguish. In the void, a cold voice sounded. The law of darkness quickly swallowed the flames. However, he could not do it at all. The flames from the beginning became stronger and stronger. Finally, like a sea of fire, it began to spread in all directions. The darkness faded. A figure appeared in midair. He stopped there with an awkward expression, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was the black-robed man. At this moment, the black-robed man had already flown behind Lin Xian and was ready to attack. However, before he could make a move, his law of darkness had already been broken. Sneak attack me? Lin Xian turned his head, his eyes bursting with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched out. With a whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian became the god of fire. The violent fist turned into a fire dragon that spread out and pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom! Chapter 30, 229. Ah! He screamed and ran back to Prince Emily's side to reassemble his body. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. Get lost! Lin Xian said again. Kid, you're too arrogant. Prince Emily was trembling with anger. Yi Futian was in his territory, and he asked him to get lost. If this got out, how could he survive in the future? How could he fight for the position of crown prince? Everyone, Please lend me a helping hand." Prince Emily turned around and bowed to the young geniuses behind him. What? The geniuses behind him were stunned. They were here to help Prince Emily, but they did not expect Prince Emily to ask them to fight against the number one on the Abyss leaderboard. They hesitated. "Don't worry, I have experts on my side." As he spoke, two elders walked out from beside him. At the same time he continued, "Although this person is strong, I'm sure he can't be number one on the leaderboard. Perhaps he's just a purple name and came out to show off his power. Can't we take him down if we work together?" "Don't worry, as long as we take him down, I'll double the conditions I promised you before." "Really?" The genius's pupils shrank. Double the amount. This was simply too generous. They did not agree to help Prince Emily unconditionally. They must have agreed on the conditions. However, if the conditions were doubled, even they would not be able to refuse. "All right." Sky Water Ant gritted his teeth and nodded. The other geniuses around him nodded as well. "All right, let's work together. I'd like to see how strong this kid is." Several geniuses stood out. At the same time, two other elders also stood out. There were 7 of them. 7 half-saints facing Lin Xian together. The people around them were going crazy. "Oh my God, this lineup is too strong. Can he really take it?" Even the number one on the Abyss leaderboard might not be able to take it. After all, there are 7 half-saints. Every one of them is terrifying. Now that they're working together, they're definitely strong. "Master, be careful." Yu Heng and his brothers also walked up. They looked very nervous. 7 half-saints. Every one of them is stronger than them. Even if one of them attacked, the 3 brothers would have to fight with all their might. Such a lineup was simply too terrifying. Therefore, they began to worry about Lin Xian. "Young master, if the 3 of us work together, we can hold back one of them." "No, at most we can fight against 2. As for the remaining 5... Before Boss could finish speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand. "No need, you guys can just stand aside and watch." What? After a while, the boss was stunned. The 2 brothers beside him were also stunned. What was the meaning of this? From the looks of it, he seemed to want to take on 7 half-saints alone. Thinking of this possibility, the 3 brothers sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Lin Xian walked out, looked to the front, and said coldly, "Do the 7 of you really want to fight me? Kid, if you apologize obediently now, we can still give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." An elder said coldly. He was also one of Mo Li's men. "Bow his head and apologize? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so, right?" Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. "Show me what you've got. This kid, does he really want to fight?" Those were 7 half-saints, after all. The surrounding people were all stunned. The half-saints on the opposite side were also angry, and then their faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with monstrous anger. How dare he look down on them? "Good kid, you're really arrogant. However, I wonder if you have the ability to be arrogant?" He Yuan sneered. He first used the law of darkness. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. At the same time, the 7 half-saints on the opposite side quickly rushed over. "It's over. That kid is really dead this time." This was the thought in everyone's mind. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Monstrous light rushed out of his body, and he instantly broke the law of darkness. At this time, the 7 half-saints were still in front of him and firmly surrounded him. Sword of Darkness. In He Yuan's hand, the law of darkness condensed into a pitch-black demonic sword, emitting a cold aura. The sword pierced toward Lin Xian's head. Buzz! On the other side, a blue rod pressed down from the sky like a mountain. The void was instantly blasted apart. Terrifying law fragments danced in the air. The one who attacked was the Sky Water Ant. At this moment, he no longer had a handsome appearance, but was incomparably ferocious. His body was much larger than before. Countless silver-white scales appeared on his body. He was one of the 10,000 ancient races, the descendant of the ancient heavenly horned ant. The ancient heavenly horned ant had great strength and boundless strength. The sky water ant inherited this bloodline, so its strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, what he comprehended was the law of water. With a monstrous aura, he instantly destroyed everything. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to collapse. The other 5 half-saints also attacked crazily. Each of them was extremely terrifying. It's over. The Yu Hung brothers and the others trembled. If they faced such an attack, they would probably be instantly turned into ashes. Lin Xian faced the 7 half-saints' terrifying attacks and shouted angrily. Immediately his palm danced, and the power of annihilation formed a vortex around him. Immediately, all of the attacks rapidly collapsed under the law of annihilation. To actually be able to neutralize our attacks, we really underestimated you. But so what? This time, the 7 of us joined hands. Can you neutralize it? An old man sneered. It was indeed so. Although the 7 people's attacks were dim, it was impossible to shatter them. Especially the sky water ant's attack, it was not affected much. Lin Xian snorted coldly and urged the law of annihilation again, finally destroying 2 people's attacks. However, although the other 5 people's attacks were dim, they still shattered the law of annihilation fragments. Haha, kid! Let's see what ability you have this time. Go to hell for me. These people were ferocious. Lin Xian was not afraid. With a wave of his palm, the boundless waves surged out again. The boundless sea instantly formed a soft power, making these people's attacks seem to have entered a swamp, being blocked again. The law of water. The sky water ant's pupils constricted. The other party actually also knew the law of water. This kid actually grasped 2 types of laws. This really surprised them. The sky water ant's expression was solemn. He remembered that the other party should also know a type of golden law. Previously, it was that golden law that split his attack apart with a sword. Heavens, could it be that he knows 3 types of laws? Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Today, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this guy. The power of Lin Xian's law was beyond their imagination. Therefore, the law of water fragment broke the 3 people's attacks again. In the end, there were only 3 people left. They were He Yuan, the sky water ant, and the old man. The 3 of them rushed through the sea and charged towards Lin Xian. Chapter 32:30. Lin Xian was extremely calm as he looked at the 3 people charging at him. Did he not have any more supernatural powers? What a joke! A beam of golden sword chi shot out from his left hand and slashed at Sky Water Ant. His right hand turned into a sun and blasted at He Yuan. As for the black-robed elder, he did not care at all. Boom! The next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The sword of golden rule tore Sky Water Ant's attack apart. Not only that, Sky Water Ant's arms were cut apart again. He spat out blood and flew backward. He Yuan did not have it easy either. The golden fist bloomed with unparalleled flames like a real sun. He was still bleeding, and the precepts in his body were almost ignited. He let out a miserable cry and flew out as well. Seeing this, the people in the distance were shocked. Prince Emoli held his breath, because they still had one more person. That was indeed the case. The last black-robed old man smiled coldly. Great, he was too careless. Although he had defeated 2 half-saints, he still had him. His attack could definitely cause serious injuries to him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him in one move. Clang! The supernatural power in his hand blasted at Lin Xian, and an unparalleled light burst out. The surrounding space began to shatter rapidly. Huge cracks began to appear one after another. Hee, you're dead now. The black-robed elder laughed maliciously. But soon his smile froze. How could this be? You're not dead? He was stunned. In the sky full of energy, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at him with cold eyes. Oh no, he was not injured. His physique was way too strong. What kind of body was this? The black-robed elder was scared out of his wits. He turned and tried to escape. Ah! He screamed as his body was split in half. A sword of golden rule descended from the sky and cut through the void. At the same time, it split the black-robed elder. Ah! The black-robed patriarch screamed in agony. The law fragments on his body flashed rapidly as he tried to reassemble his body. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. With a swing of his golden sword, the fragments of the rules of metal transformed into a golden lotus, encapsulating the old man's figure once again. He executed the heavenly secret divine eyes, and his golden pupils combined with the law of fire fragment to execute the soul-burning secret technique. It ignited the soul of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man screamed like a madman as he was instantly killed. What? Dead? A half-saint was mercilessly slaughtered, just like that? Those people were all stunned. They did not dare to believe what was happening before their eyes, especially Prince Mo Li and the others. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt on the ground. That was way too powerful. The 7 half-saints attacked, but they were unable to do anything to him. Instead, they were injured by him. He had even killed a half-saint. This kind of battle record was really unimaginable. After killing the black-robed old man, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Instantly, the 6 half-saints trembled. Sky Water Ant and He Yuan's scalps were about to explode. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Too powerful. Damn it, could it be that he was really ranked first? At this moment, they no longer dared to have any doubts. That kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Now, they should think about how to save their own lives. Seeing Lin Xian's aura getting stronger and stronger, as if he had no intention of stopping, he quickly screamed, "Stop, stop fighting!" Boom! Lin Xian ignored him. He took a step forward and his palm, accompanied by a terrifying law, blasted out. This punch was extremely heavy. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down from the sky. The fragment of the law of earth rushed over with a terrifying fist. Stop fighting? What a joke! These people wanted to kill him. Now that they could not defeat him, they stopped fighting? There was no such logic in the world. Boom! Lin Xian's punch was extremely powerful. Opposite him, He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others felt their scalps tingle. They quickly dodged, but the area covered by the fist was simply too wide. They could not dodge it, not to mention them. Even Prince Mo Li was within the attack range of this punch. See God Shield! Sky Water Ant roared crazily. Endless law of water formed a dense light shield around him. It was as if 100,000 waves were supporting him. He Yuan also blended into the darkness, as if he had turned into a black cloud. The other half-saints also quickly defended. Even Prince Mo Li huffed coldly. Gray demonic runes appeared on his body. Boom! After this attack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The void cracked. The entire spiritual movement pavilion was shaking nonstop. The formation in the surroundings flickered as if it was about to break apart. It was too terrifying. If not for the protection of the spiritual movement pavilion's top array, this attack would have turned it into ashes. After this attack, the half-saints' blood boiled. Their faces paled. His expression was grave. This attack was too powerful. It was as if a star was pressing down on them. Even their bones were split open. Boom! After one punch, another. Lin Xian used the law of earth. It became heavier and heavier. It was as if it really carried the world of stars to fight against his opponent. Hazy mountains appeared in the sky. One after another, they were tens of thousands of feet tall. This divine ability scared these people so much that they couldn't stop screaming. Stop! We admit defeat. Stop fighting! Skywater Ant also screamed. Many of his bones had been broken. Prince Emily roared, "Hurry up and attack. I'm the prince of Fallen Country. If you kill me, I won't let you leave Fallen Star." As soon as Prince Emily finished speaking, a blue thunder fell from the sky among the countless mountain shadows. It turned into a sword shadow and split open Prince Emily's body. Prince Emily's soul screamed. He regrouped with his body and quickly retreated. The surrounding half-saints surrounded Prince Emily to protect him. At the same time, they were terrified. How could Lin Xian split the prince with one move under the protection of so many half-saints? This was too powerful. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Skywater Ant didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He quickly apologized. Beside him, He Yuan still wanted to resist, but the next moment he was punched again. He also quickly begged for mercy. "Lord Lin, I was wrong. I apologize." The surrounding half-saints all apologized. For a moment, no one dared to fight against Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his fist, but the law of earth fragments were still circling in the sky. Thousands of mountains pressed down on the sky, making it hard for everyone to breathe. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Is an apology enough? I can take your lives, but you have to break your own arms and pierce your own hearts with a martial sword." This was a punishment usually used by the large sects of the sacred lands to punish disciples who broke the rules. Now, Lin Xian wanted to use this punishment on Skywater Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Hearing this, Skywater Ant, He Yuan, and the others' expressions turned ugly. If they did that, wouldn't they admit that they were juniors to Lin Xian? Chapter 32-31. You don't want to. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the law of earth pressed down from the sky. Fragments of the law of fire circled around him, and a light sword of the law of gold flowed between his palms. Lin Xian's actions made Skywater Ant, He Yuan, and the others feel their scalps tingle. They knew that if they did not act, they would end up in a miserable state. So in the next moment, these people gritted their teeth and roared. The light of the law cut off their arms. Then it formed a light sword and pierced their hearts. Poof! Half-Saint Snow fell, and the scene was shocking. The experts who were watching the battle were all stunned. Heavens, did these people really bow their heads? Several half-saints were stunned. Such a cruel punishment, yet they bowed their heads to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked away from these people, and then at Prince Emily and the others. He said coldly, "What about you?" "What?" Prince Emily's face darkened. Damn it! Did Yi Futian want him to use the same punishment? How could he bow his head to others? After all, he was the prince of the Fallen Country. "Kid, you're too arrogant. You want me to bow my head to you? You're overestimating yourself. I had some trump cards that I didn't want to use. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Elder Huayu, come out." As Prince Emily's voice fell, the void behind him shattered, and a figure walked out. It was an elder with a pair of gray wings on his back. He emitted a terrible and overwhelming aura. He took a step forward, and the entire world began to shake. Everyone was shocked. He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others' pupils shrank. A half-saint, and an extremely powerful one at that. Was this a protector? They were stunned. They did not expect Prince Emily to have a protector. Elder Huayu walked out. He looked at Lin Xian with a grave expression. The reason for that was because he was able to sense a terrifying power from Lin Xian. He was an expert. "We can't fight here. Why don't we fight outside?" Elder Huayu said coldly. "Okay." Lin Xian walked out. The two walked out of the spiritual movement pavilion. Elder Huayu laughed and informed the city lord to open the ancient battle platform. His voice reverberated throughout the city. Instantly, everyone was stunned. What? The ancient battle platform. Someone's going to open the ancient battle platform? Heavens, Who wants to fight to the death? The ancient battle platform, he said. Are they crazy? He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others were also extremely shocked. The Yu Hung brothers were extremely nervous. Prince Mo Li smirked coldly. He was confident in his protector. Within the city, the ground trembled and the array formation rumbled. An ancient battle platform slowly appeared. This battle platform was extremely simple and unadorned. Furthermore, it was extremely large and was covered with Dao runes. This was a place where experts teetered at it. It was accompanied by a monstrous aura. Come on. Elder He, you landed on the ancient battle platform and stared at Lin Xian. Let me see what ability you have to say such words to the Prince of Mo Li. Ancient battle platform. Dao protector. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, how could someone like him deserve a protector? He probably wouldn't even be able to reach the Dao, right? Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. A guardian was a configuration that only the top geniuses had. But in Lin Xian's eyes, was Prince Mo Li an elite? He was probably just an ordinary warrior. In fact, they were not even comparable to ordinary martial artists. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Prince Mo Li's face was frighteningly dark. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Elder Black Feather, kill him for me. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. There was no point in talking. Let's do it. Elder Black Feather snorted coldly. Suddenly he let out a long howl. The gray law spiraled in the sky, forming a gray pagoda. It was floating up and down. Falling law. When He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others saw this, their scalps went numb. He had actually comprehended the falling law. Heavens, Lin Xian was probably in danger. Yes, the falling law. But the law in the falling star would definitely be more powerful if used here. That kid would probably be difficult to deal with. The half-saints in the surroundings discussed among themselves. None of them had high hopes for Lin Xian. Yu Hung and his brothers were even more nervous. The falling law. They were about to faint from fright. They wondered if young Master Lin could resist it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The falling law. Very well, let me try it out. He was not even afraid of falling into the abyss. Why would he be afraid of the falling law? He formed a seal with his palm. Countless fragments of the fire law formed a golden crow. With his palm, he pushed it out. Boom! The golden crow spread its wings and soared. A sea of fire filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The huge ancient battle platform was completely enveloped. Buzz! This energy directly activated the array formation on the fighting ring. Dao inscriptions appeared and covered the sky, completely enveloping the battle platform. The onlookers outside heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the aftershock of this energy. How dare he take the initiative to attack? Elder Hui Yu roared and waved his hand. Immediately, the gray pagoda above his head rapidly descended. There were terrifying runes on the pagoda, along with the fragments of the falling law. The aura that hung down turned into a shadow of the falling abyss, enveloping Lin Xian. With a boom, he and the golden crow collided. In the next moment, energy filled the sky. Endless fragments of the law surrounded them. After one strike, the two of them stopped. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Opposite him, Elder Hui Yu laughed loudly. Good, not bad. You are indeed a top prodigy. In the past 800 years as a guardian, I have killed many top prodigies. Today, you will not be an exception. He let out a long cry. The gray wings on his back flapped rapidly, leaving behind an afterimage in the sky. In an instant, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and charged over. The gray pagoda above his head was also constantly attacking. The falling law caused the entire battle platform to be in chaos. Fall for me. The falling law not only had a powerful attack, but it could also affect a person's soul, causing them to fall and not want to fight. They would become depressed and eventually become a pile of bones. When the falling law appeared, the martial artists watching from afar shook their heads and sighed. Their hearts were heavy, as if they wanted to commit suicide. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. His soul felt an extremely strong impact, but soon he snorted coldly. "You want to destroy my soul with a mere falling law? You are overestimating yourself. Die for me." The great dragon, sword soul in his body, roared. Lin Xian's expression was ferocious. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. Chapter 32. Clang! The metal law focused on attacking, and the dragon's sword soul could destroy everything. When the two were combined, the power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword sliced apart the gray fog, and even the weakest nomological fragment was sliced apart. The gray pagoda was sent flying by the sword and kept shaking. So powerful! Seeing this, Elder Grey Robe's pupils shrank. His opponent's sword chi was so sharp that it made his hair stand on end. The next moment he screamed because he found that the sword light had become terrifying again. It was like a golden dragon rushing toward him. At the same time, countless mountains appeared around him, surrounding him. There were also terrifying waves above and below him, about to swallow him. Oh no, 3 laws! Elder Grey Robe was scared out of his wits. He yelled and performed a secret technique. Boom! The attacks of the 3 laws shattered the world and turned it into nothingness. The surrounding half-saints trembled. Prince Mo Li and the others were also pale. It was too powerful. They couldn't resist it at all. He wondered if the gray-robed elder would be able to block it. They'd been worried about Lin Xian, but in an instant, they found that the situation had taken a shocking turn. Lin Xian was too powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw the scene inside with God's eye of weather. He saw Elder Grey Robe controlling the falling pagoda to block it. It was fixed in the void. Behind him, there was a huge crack, very similar to the falling abyss. That big crack swallowed all the surrounding energy and laws. Was this the illusion of the falling abyss? Had he forcefully performed it? Lin Xian was shocked. It was indeed the law of falling. On the falling star, it was extremely powerful. It was true. If it were anywhere else, Elder Grey Robe would have been killed. But on the falling star, there were falling auras everywhere. And with the falling abyss, Elder Grey Robe had comprehended the law of falling and could perform all the falling auras in the world. He could even use part of the power of the falling abyss. It was blocked. Prince Mo Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief. He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others were shocked beyond words. This Elder He Yu was truly too terrifying. No wonder he could become a Tao protector. That was indeed the case. With him here, a normal half-saint couldn't hurt Prince Mo Li at all. Not to mention ordinary half-saints, even 3 or 4 half-saints wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, could he really contend against Lin Xian? Lin Xian had injured 7 half-saints with a single stroke of his sword. Lin Xian coldly snorted, turned into a sword shadow and rushed out. Terrifying laws danced on his body as he instantly arrived in front of Elder Hui Yu. His palm was like a dragon's head grabbing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The gray-robed elder controlled the pagoda above his head to descend and continuously expand. It was as if a huge mountain was standing in front of him. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out. Su Chen's palm landed on the pagoda and directly pierced through it. Then, with a shake of his arm, the pagoda fell and shattered into pieces. It was too powerful. Lin Xian had mastered 6 law fragments. His casual strike had unparalleled power. The falling pagoda couldn't block it at all. Seeing this, Elder Hui Yu's scalp went numb. A gray rune flashed between his eyebrows, and the abyss behind him became even more solid. He wanted to escape. However, the next moment, the enormous golden palm grabbed him. With a boom, he was shattered into pieces turning into a bloody mist. Blood flowed down from his upper body, piercing through the air and landing on the ancient battle platform, making thunderous noises. The surrounding spectators were all stupefied. Heavens, could it be that Elder Hui Yu had been killed? Prince Mo Li's face darkened as well. Lin Xian frowned. Something wasn't right. He opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked around. Then he sneered. He really wasn't dead. The bloody mist in the sky all merged into the falling abyss illusion. That illusory figure was incomparably real. In the next moment, the illusion bloomed with light, and a pair of eyes appeared in the crack. However, there was no body. Instead, there were endless falling auras. Each one was like ribbons of light wrapping around him. In an instant, Lin Xian was tied up like a dumpling. The power was very strange. It seemed to want to pull him into the falling abyss illusion. Fall into hell forever. An extremely ferocious voice came from the illusion. Child's play. Lin Xian was enveloped by the falling auras, but he wasn't afraid. He roared, and the 9 suns' body bloomed with millions of rays of light. On it, the 9 suns' divine fire burned. Each flame carried a law of fire fragment. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he was like a god of war, punching and kicking. Suddenly, the falling auras on his body shattered. In front of him, there was a muffled groan from the falling abyss illusion. Obviously, the person inside had suffered a backlash. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure slowly condensed in the valley of the falling abyss illusion, overlapping with a pair of eyes. Whoosh! Elder Hui Yu's body appeared. His face was a little pale, and his expression was incomparably cold. Around him, countless falling auras carried him, as if he was an emissary of the abyss of hell. Kid, you're very strong. So strong that it's beyond my expectations. I've seen many geniuses, and I've also seen many geniuses from outside the realm. However, no one is as powerful as you. However, you shouldn't have provoked me, and you shouldn't have attacked me. Now it's all over. Following Elder Hui Yu's words, the surrounding falling auras kept surging. Come out, fallen angel. Elder Hui Yu's palms kept forming seals. With a loud shout, a grayish-white rune appeared between his eyebrows. It was abnormally strange. At the same time, the half-saint blood in his body flowed out. 1/3 condensed on the left, and 1/3 condensed on the right. As for Elder Hui Yu's body, it instantly started to wither. However, there was still 1/3 left. Therefore, he wouldn't die, but his vitality would be greatly damaged. Fallen angel. Condense. Elder Hui Yu kept approaching. The falling laws and his half-saint blood quickly condensed. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange sound between heaven and earth. The falling abyss illusion became even more solid. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled, as if some powerful being was about to descend. Not good. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Yu Heng and his brothers' teeth chattered. The Skywater Ant also screamed. Could it be the legend of the falling abyss? Chapter 32-33. The Skywater Ant hurriedly explained. Rumor had it that the fallen abyss was extremely terrifying. Back then, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. It was even said that immortals had participated in the battle. Countless experts had died in that battle. Rumor had it that there was an ancient race called the Fallen Angel race. There had been experts from the Fallen Angel race who had died here, and there was more than one. After they died, their souls fell into a deep slumber in the fallen abyss. Rumor had it that some powerful sacrificial summoning could summon their remnant souls for battle. However, such a method was only in the legends. No one had expected Elder Hui Yu to be able to use it. There was such a thing. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Prince Emoli snorted coldly. Let's see how you'll die this time. He had unlimited confidence in Elder Hui Yu. Lin Xian frowned. Fallen angel race? He saw that two fallen angels had already formed on either side of Elder Huiyu. Those two fallen angels were wearing ancient battle armors. Their bodies were grayish-white, and there were fallen wings on their backs that emitted a terrifying light. "Go, tear him to shreds!" Elder Huiyu snorted coldly, and the two fallen angels quickly charged over. Boom! Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the laws of sword to contend with them. The three of them fought fiercely. Elder Huiyu did not go forward. Instead, he focused on forming hand seals behind him. He had to maintain the two fallen angels. In his opinion, once the two fallen angels appeared, the other party would definitely die. Boom! Lin Xian's sword hit the fallen angel and sent him flying. However, he was stunned in the next moment. He discovered that the fallen angel had only been sent flying backwards, and she quickly returned. The old battle armor on his body was not broken. What a tough body! Lin Xian was extremely shocked. At the same time, the other fallen angel let out a sharp cry. Countless people's souls were about to be pierced through. They frantically retreated. Lin Xian was also affected by the fallen angel's soul attack. Humph! He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar to fight back. The two sound waves collided in the sky. Damn it, he actually blocked it. That's impossible. That's the remnant soul of an ancient fallen angel race expert. How did he block it? In the distance, Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. To think that even this move of his was unable to do anything to the other party. His face was gloomy as he formed another seal with his palms. Damn it! Kill! Tear him to pieces! Of the two fallen angels, one used his powerful physical body to fight Lin Xian in close combat. The other used a strange soul attack to launch a sneak attack. He didn't believe that the other party wouldn't be injured. What a powerful physique! What a terrifying soul attack! It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent. You guys are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian raised his head and laughed. Heavenly secret god eyes, open. Nine Yang divine body, open. Great dragon sword soul, open. Lin Xian roared incessantly. His golden eyes carried a terrifying law. Nine Yang's body carried fragments of the law of fire. The great dragon sword soul roared and fused with the law of metal. The law of earth and the law of water continued to swim around him. Lin Xian had countless divine abilities as he continued to fight with the two fallen angels. With a bang, the great dragon sword soul roared and split the fallen angel into two halves from the middle. In addition, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the golden eyes. The law of annihilation combined with the eye technique instantly swallowed the remnant soul of the other fallen angel. After more than 100 moves, the two fallen angels were destroyed by Lin Xian. What? Even the fallen angels couldn't defeat him? The surrounding people were stunned. He Yuan and the others cried out in alarm. Prince Mo Yuan was scared silly. Elder Huiyu's pupils constricted. Impossible! He screamed like a madman. However, in the next moment he was scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's sword slashed him into two halves with a splat. Another kick tore his body into pieces. No! Stop it! Elder Huiyu screamed crazily. The phantom behind him that had fallen into the abyss became more and more solid. He disappeared once again, leaving behind only a pair of eyes, which floated up and down in the great crack. I have a phantom that has fallen into the abyss. I don't believe that you can kill me. Elder Huiyu roared crazily. Although he couldn't defeat Lin Xian, it was impossible for Lin Xian to kill him. I can't hurt you? You're too ignorant. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. He had the law of metal in his left hand and the law of water in his right. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the two sides of the abyss crack. Then he tore it apart. Boom! Boom! The heavens fell and the earth split. A terrifying scene occurred. Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he tore the phantom that had fallen into the abyss in half. Following his roar, not only did the phantom that had fallen into the abyss crack, but the entire world was also torn in half. From the crack, two halves of a body fell out. It was Elder Huiyu. He quickly healed himself. He was scared out of his wits. Stop! Stop! You win. I'll apologize. Elder Huiyu was truly afraid. He had used so many divine abilities and even summoned the fallen angels. However, he still couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Even the illusion of falling into the abyss that he was so proud of was no longer effective. If they continued fighting, Lin Xian would definitely kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. Apologize? Admit defeat? Do you think that's possible? Lin Xian snorted. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his eyes and nailed Elder Huiyu's body to the sky. The power of annihilation made Elder Huiyu's limbs vanish. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. He had sacrificed 2/3 of his blood to summon the fallen angels. He didn't have much qi left in his body. His strength was also greatly reduced. Now, how could he be Lin Xian's match? Stop. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. I am willing to accept the punishment of having my arms cut off and a martial sword pierced through my heart. I'll also accept the punishment of the demonic Li Prince. Not only that, I'll offer you a treasure. Please spare my life and that of the demonic Li Prince. Elder Huiyu kept begging for mercy. He could only lower his head and admit his mistake. He took out a treasure to appease Lin Xian's anger. He didn't dare to mention the fallen kingdom, nor did he dare to threaten Lin Xian. If he angered Lin Xian again, he wouldn't be able to survive. Treasure? What treasure do you have that can buy the lives of 2 half-saints? Lin Xian snorted. I do. This treasure can definitely buy the lives of Prince Demonic Li and me. He didn't care about anything else. He took something out of his storage ring. As soon as he took it out, Lin Xian immediately stopped. The people around were also surprised. What was that? They felt a scorching and monstrous power. It was like a sun. Did Lin Xian get a sun? As soon as Lin Xian caught sight of the item, he immediately set up countless spell formations to surround him and Elder Huiyu. In the next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the sun-like stone in his hand. Chapter 32-34. He was too shocked. This was because he felt that the energy and aura contained within this fist-sized stone was too strange. It was more terrifying than all the divine crystals he had ever seen. Sure enough, in the black earth, when He-Tu saw this, he also screamed, Dao Stone! He actually had a Dao Stone. He-Tu, do you know what this is? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Of course I know. This thing is too famous. He-Tu hurriedly explained. Dao stones were stones that contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than divine crystals, because divine crystals contained surging energy. As for Dao stones, not only did they have energy, but they also contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were very suitable for saints to comprehend. This kind of thing was a treasure to saints, not to mention half-saints. Who would have thought that this Dao stone would actually have a Dao stone? And from the looks of it, this was a Sun Dao stone. It contained a powerful fire Dao pattern. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was actually a Dao stone. No wonder he was incomparably shocked when he saw the patterns on the stone. This was a Dao pattern. Compared to runes, it was even more terrifying. Kid, with this thing you can condense and form a true law and greatly shorten the time. Since he knew that this was a good thing, how could Lin Xian let it go? He grabbed the Sun Dao stone and placed it into the black earth ship. At the same time, he looked forward and asked in a deep voice, Where did you get this thing? Elder Hui, you looked at this scene with a pained expression. That was a Dao stone. It was incomparably precious. If it wasn't for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't have taken it out. At this moment, when he heard Lin Xian's question, he sighed. Kid, don't be delusional. I obtained this thing by chance. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Hui was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly explained. You also know that there are many stars and suns in our myriad worlds. Rumor has it that after the Golden Crow clan dies, their bodies will turn into suns. This rumor is true. About 1,000 years ago, when I was traveling in the universe, I met a saint-level Golden Crow who had passed away. After he died, he formed a sun. At that time, there were two people from the star world fighting for the sun. I got a piece of it. I have kept this piece for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I cultivate the falling law. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago. Then, why didn't you take it out to exchange? Lin Xian frowned. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't use this kind of treasure, it would be very easy to exchange it for other treasures. Elder Yuhua sighed. Bring it back to exchange? What kind of joke was this? This was a Tao stone, something that even saints would be jealous of. If news of this gets out, I might not even be able to keep my life, let alone exchange for items. There will be saints coming after me. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the value of this Tao stone was above his imagination. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Dao sure trembled. You won't go back on your word, right? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone that you have the Sun Tao stone. I dare to swear on my lightning tribulation that if I tell anyone that you have the Sun Tao stone, I will be struck by lightning and destroyed in both body and soul. Elder Hui, you hurriedly swore. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath was not made randomly, especially at their level. Every time they advanced and broke through, it would be accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao. It was extremely terrifying. If one swore randomly, it would definitely come true. Therefore, since Elder Hui Yu dared to make this oath, it meant that he would not tell anyone about this matter. Don't worry. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Since I said I would let you go, I will definitely let you go. Since you have already made the oath, you can leave. But that Emoli prince must suffer the punishment of having his heart pierced by a martial sword. Yes. Thank you, young Master Lin, for showing mercy. Elder Hui, you heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still had to accept the punishment, at least his life was saved. Lin Xian removed the array. Elder Hui, you hurriedly flew down and came to Emoli Prince's side. Elder, are you all right? Emoli Prince asked hurriedly. But Elder Hui, you snorted coldly. Without another word, his fingers were like a long knife, cutting off Emoli Prince's arms. At the same time, he formed a grayish-white sword and pierced Emoli Prince's heart. Ah! Emoli Prince screamed crazily. His voice was extremely ferocious. Damn it, why? Why did you attack me? Everyone else was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? Isn't Elder Hui you the protector of Emoli Prince? Why did he attack? What happened? They did not know. But Emoli Prince snorted coldly. Shut up, do you want to live? Hearing Elder Hui use words, Emoli Prince trembled and did not dare to say anything else. Elder Hui, you turned his head and looked at the figure in the sky. He said respectfully, it must be Mr. Lin. Sorry for the offense. We'll take our leave. With that, he grabbed Emoli Prince and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the void. Gone, the Prince of Magic and his protector had actually left. Oh my God, they could not believe it. Hei Yuan and the others were also extremely shocked. According to normal circumstances, Elder Hui, you should have died without a doubt. But why did Lin Xian let him go? Could it be that it had something to do with the sun-like light that had appeared? They guessed and were very confused. They felt that it must be some kind of treasure, but as for what it was, they did not know. Seeing the discussion below, Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? Who wants to fight? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people trembled and turned to run. Suddenly, only Lin Xian was left on the ancient battle platform. Everyone else had left. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he quickly disappeared into the void. Next, he hid his aura carefully and changed his location many times. He was worried that someone would follow him. After all, the Sundial Stone was very precious. If word got out, even sages would come after him. He had to be careful. A month later, the dark red dragon woke up from his seclusion. He came out of the black earth and roared to the sky. His strength had also increased. Other than the law of thunder and the law of rain, the dark red dragon had also comprehended the law of yin and the law of wind. The fragments of the 4 great techniques revolved around him. The dark red dragon breathed out clouds and mist. He was really powerful. "Kid, what happened when I was in seclusion?" the dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian began to tell him. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian had obtained a Sundial Stone, he was stunned. "What? Sundial Stone? You really have that?" Chapter 32-35. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Look at the Tao patterns on it. The dark red divine dragon kept praising. Then he had a bitter look on his face. "It's a pity that I didn't comprehend the law of fire among the 4 law fragments. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so polite." He was drooling. "Kid, what are your plans? Are you going to comprehend the Sun Tao Stone directly? If you go into seclusion, I can help you guard." The dark red divine dragon asked. The fire Tao Stone contained the Tao pattern of fire. If Lin Xian comprehended it for a few decades, he might really be able to form a true law. "Kid, if you're lucky, you can become a sage in 100 years. If you're a little short, it'll be 500 years. Within 500 years, you can become a sage. You're really too young." The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited and envious. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Between 100 to 500 years? That was too long. He shook his head. Was there any other way? 500 years was too long to become a sage? The dark red divine dragon's mouth twitched. Go out and ask around. Those half and halves, have they existed for 2,000 to 3,000 years and still can't take a step forward? 500 years is already very heaven-defying, okay? And that's the worst-case scenario. With your talent, you can probably do it in 100 to 200 years. It's still too long. Lin Xian shook his head. When he came to the ancient starry sky path, he didn't have the support of a force behind him. Now he was alone. Beside him were the dark red divine dragon, the little white monkey, and the black earth. If he encountered a peerless expert, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that he had to improve at the fastest speed and try his best to reach the sage realm. After all, he wouldn't forget the fate of the 3rd-generation successor, Yi Guqing. "How fast do you plan to go?" the dark red divine dragon asked. "Become a sage immediately." As soon as these words came out, the dark red divine dragon gasped. At the same time, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, piercing through the array and striking towards Lin Xian. This scene scared the dark red divine dragon. He quickly waved his dragon claws, forming a storm in the sky to resist. Lin Xian let out a roar and threw out a punch. It was like a fiery dragon soaring into the sky, shattering the thunder into pieces. "Kid, did you see that? You've angered the heavens. Even he wants to strike you with lightning." The dark red dragon shrunk its neck. There are some things that could not be said carelessly. Indeed, Lin Xian wanted to become a saint. This was too heaven-defying. He knew that only the princes and princesses could become saints on the spot. Such an existence would become a saint the moment he was born. The other party relied on the bloodline of a great emperor. Lin Xian was not an emperor's son, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to become a saint. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. "Even he couldn't stop me from walking down the path I want to walk." As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the sky. In the sky, countless bolts of thunder appeared once again, forming thunderclouds. However, before they landed, They were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. At this moment, He too floated out. It's not impossible for you to become a saint, but it's much more difficult. Moreover, it's very difficult to use it. You might even die. Are you sure you want to do this? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hey too, do you know a way? I do know a way. Moreover, your idea is very similar to his back then. Him back then? Could it be that you're talking about Senior Yi Guqing? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that Senior Yi Guqing also had such an idea back then? He did have such an idea. He too said, so I also know a little about this idea. However, many tens of thousands of years have passed. The things he was looking for back then probably no longer exist. So, you have to look for them again. What are you looking for? Lin Xian asked. Tao stones. Look for 5 Tao stones. Don't you have the laws of the 5 elements? Look for 5 Tao stones. When the time comes, the 5 elements will combine and let you directly condense the laws of the 5 elements, not the law of dispersion. This way, you can break through and become a sage. The power of the laws you condense will also be much stronger than ordinary sages. Condensing 5 Tao fragments to form one law? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The laws of the 5 elements were the most basic and the most ordinary laws. After all, many people cultivated one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, or a few of them. After becoming a sage, they would also master many laws. For example, there were water-fire sages who mastered the laws of water and fire, 2 completely opposite laws. Their power could be said to be very terrifying. However, the laws of the 5 elements that He too mentioned were different. The laws of the 5 elements that he mentioned were not 5 types of laws, but one type of law. This type of law contained 5 elements. It could be said that it was very difficult to condense it. Once it was successfully condensed, its power would be extremely terrifying. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely excited. Finally, he found a way to quickly break through and become a sage. He had the 5 elements, Tao fragments, and the Sun Tao stone. If he found the other 4 Tao stones, he would be able to condense the laws of the 5 elements. At that time, he would break through and become a sage. Lin Xian and He too became more and more excited as they spoke. However, the dark red divine dragon kept shaking its head. Wait, you seem to be too naive. One had to know that Tao stones were very rare and precious. Even sages might not have them. It would be very difficult for you to find them. Moreover, you still have to find 4 of them. I'm afraid that you will spend a few hundred years to find them. This time is enough for you to become a fire-type sage. Kid, don't neglect the essentials. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian frowned. It was likely that this search would take a long time. After all, a star world might not even have 1 Tao stone. He had to travel through the starry sky. Don't worry about this. Back then, Yi Guqing had already found a way. He too said, What way? Lin Xian quickly asked. Langistar. He had never heard of it. What? Langistar. Lin Xian was stunned. However, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed, Could it be the legendary star world? Does it really exist? You actually know about it? Lin Xian was surprised. The dark red divine dragon said, I have the inheritance of dragons, so I have read about it before. However, that was many years ago. I didn't expect it to still exist. What kind of existence was it? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Let me say it. He too continued. Langistar is a very magical star. Moreover, it is very famous in the 10,000 worlds because it can deduce everything and answer all the questions you want to ask. You can even ask questions about the great emperors. Of course, there is a price to pay for asking them, or a large number of heavenly treasures, or help them complete a task. In short, the questions you ask are related to how precious they are. As long as you have enough resources, you can go to Langistar and ask about the whereabouts of the other 4 Tao stones. Chapter 32-36 This way, the speed should be greatly increased. However, it would consume a large amount of treasures. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect the Langistar to be so magical that he could ask about everything. As long as he could ask about the whereabouts of the 4 Dao stones, he would pay any price. However, the dark red divine dragon continued to frown. Kid, don't get too excited. So what if you found the 5 Dao stones? Those 5 Dao stones also need time to comprehend. It's impossible to complete them in an instant. Moreover, you're not comprehending 5 types of laws. Instead, you're condensing 5 types of laws into one. The difficulty of this has increased by a lot. Hey Tu, is there a way? Hey Tu nodded. There's a way. Damn, there's even a way. The dark red divine dragon was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know about this? Hey Tu said, if it's the fusion of other laws, it might be very difficult, or I don't know. However, as for the fusion of the 5 elements, I do know a method that can quickly fuse them. You just need to find a piece of elemental lodestone. The magnetic stone can fuse the power of the 5 elements together. When the time comes, you can directly absorb it and become a saint. 4 Dao stones and 1 magnetic stone. Lin Xian clenched his fists as a cold light burst out from his eyes. All right, let's do it this way. This kid is really crazy. The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to use such a risky method. This method seemed very good, but it was incomparably difficult to implement. Who knew how many heavenly treasures the Langya star needed to answer their questions? Who knew where the 4 Dao stones were? What if they were in the hands of a saint? The difficulty of this was much more difficult than simply comprehending it. However, once it was completed, Lin Xian might really become a saint in a short period of time. Thinking of this possibility, even the dark red divine dragon's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This is really crazy. However, I like it. The dark red divine dragon was also incomparably excited. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and set off for the Langistar. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly set off. They left the fallen star and began to search for the Langistar according to the star field map given by Hey Tuesday. At the same time, the news about the falling star also spread, especially about the falling abyss. It also began to spread to the surrounding star realms at an extremely fast speed. What? The falling abyss ranking had changed. There was a new number 1. Lin Wudi? You mean the one who fought with Patriarch Shuapao? Heavens, that brat became number 1. That kid had scared off Yan Nantian and Lu Mu by himself. He was actually on par with Diling. Cries of surprise could be heard. Those half-saints were extremely shocked. They did not expect that there would be a peerless genius who could kill the number 1. In an instant, Lin Wudi's name spread far and wide. As for the few existences on the purple name list, they snorted coldly. To think that there would be a newcomer. Don't worry. Those are our rankings from hundreds of years ago. So what if the other party kills his way up? In terms of true strength, he's no match for us. A few people snorted coldly. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's domineering ascension to the top really shocked these people. In the starry sky, Yan Nanshan's face was extremely gloomy when he received the news. Damn it, this guy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. To be honest, his limelight had been stolen by the other party. He was the successor of the great emperor and was very powerful. He had also obtained a good result in the test this time. It could be said that his limelight was unparalleled. With such a ranking and his identity, he would definitely be famous in the starry sky. But now, no one was talking about him. Even if someone was talking about him, they would only compare him to Lin Xian. How could a proud person like him tolerate this? Damn this kid. Yan Nantian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. So what if the other party was number 1? He did not believe that the other party could really defeat him. However, the last time they fought, he found that it was not easy for him to kill the other party. Humph, no one can surpass me. Lin Xian, just you wait, I will kill you. Yen Nanshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Aren't you the successor of the 9 sons? Fine. I'll find you a life and death opponent. I don't need to do anything. Someone else can kill you. Yen Nanshan's body flickered as he steered the spirit ship through the starry sky. An extremely terrifying planet appeared before him. It was very large and fiery red, like the sun. This planet was called Planet Suzaku. After Yen Nantian arrived at Planet Suzaku, his body flickered as he steered the spirit ship downward. Soon, he landed on Planet Suzaku. However, he did not stop. Instead, he quickly traveled through the starry sky and finally arrived at a deserted area. He was surrounded by lava. These were not ordinary flames. Even a peak 9-star king would be turned to ashes if they were touched by these flames. Even a half-sage would not dare to come here easily. After Yen Nantian arrived, he immediately activated 9 imperial runes and wrapped them around his body. The aura of the imperial runes isolated the heat. Yen Nantian entered the largest volcano and continued to descend. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and frowned. The flames before him were too terrifying. Even though he had the imperial runes, he did not dare to descend any further. With his current strength, he could only unleash the power of the imperial runes. Therefore, he could not descend any further. He formed a seal with his hands and sent a voice transmission to the people below. "Wake up!" His voice turned into thunder and filled the sea of flames below. His voice rumbled for a long time before disappearing. Yen Nantian shouted 3 times in a row and waited patiently. The endless sea of flames below suddenly soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a flaming beast that wanted to devour Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian tried his best to activate the 9 imperial runes. He stood in the air with a serious expression. At the same time, a low voice came from below. "Who dares to disturb me?" Endless flames formed a pair of eyes that were filled with monstrous fury. "Despicable human, I will tear you apart." With a roar, monstrous flames formed in the eyes. They were like 2 flaming dragons that wanted to tear Yen Nantian to pieces. "Humph!" Yen Nantian coldly snorted. The shadow of a divine beast appeared under his feet. It carried a terrifying law and blocked the monstrous flames. "I did not come here to fight you. I have a piece of news to tell you." Yen Nantian coldly said, "The successor of the 9 sons has reappeared. Are you going to continue sleeping here?" "What?" "The successor of the 9 sons." The fiery red eyes below suddenly erupted with a monstrous light. "Are you saying that the successor of the 9 sons has reappeared?" "That's right. He has appeared a long time ago. Moreover, he has obtained 1st place on the Abyss leaderboard. Now he is admired by the world. As for you, you have long been forgotten by the world." "Ah." The fiery red eyes erupted with a biting cold light. Then a flaming face formed around him and let out a ferocious roar. Then a figure bathed in flames appeared. There were 4 chains on his body that were firmly fastened. Chapter 32-37. His name is Linwoody. He should be near the falling star. Go find him. After Yen Nantian finished speaking, he turned around and soared into the sky. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Lin Xian, let's see how you're going to die this time." Soon, Yen Nantian disappeared into the flames. Below them, the person bound by the flaming chains, Ing, began to tremble. "Lin Woody, the successor of the 9 sons. I'm going to tear you apart." With a roar, the flames around him were blown away, forming a vacuum. The flames on his body also gradually faded, replaced by a pitch-black color. However, at this moment, the 4 flame chains binding him began to tremble, trying to firmly suppress him. "I'm the only one in this world. Open." With a cold shout, monstrous demonic chi broke the 4 flame chains. All the flames were extinguished and replaced by boundless demonic chi. A man with demonic runes all over his body floated in the void. His demonic chi filled the sky, and his eyes were cold. The 9 suns had appeared, and the great demon was about to appear. I'm the great demon. With a roar, demonic chi surged and turned into a pair of demonic wings, instantly tearing the void apart. The falling star fell into the abyss. At this moment, most of the geniuses had already left, but there were still a few figures lingering around. One of them was the patriarch of the Chi clan. The patriarch of the Chi clan was covered in blood and injuries. His face was pale, but he was excited because he had finally received an invitation to the abyss. Great, with this, I can enter the falling star abyss below. The patriarch of the Chi clan was extremely excited. There were also a few half-saints around him. The rat of the Luo clan was also here, but Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already left. The patriarch of the Qi clan's eyes flickered as he stared below. He was waiting. As long as the people inside came out, he could enter. They didn't know that at this moment, outside the falling star, a man covered in black demonic Qi was rapidly descending. The astral winds in the sky hit him, making clanging sounds. The demonic Qi transformed into demonic dragons, roaring in all directions and tearing all the astral winds apart. Soon, the great demon arrived at the falling star. Buzz! She looked into the distance. Her eyes were red as she flapped her wings and quickly flew toward the abyss. At the same time, a figure rushed up from the bottom of the abyss. When the Qi family patriarch saw this, his lips curled into a smile as he hurriedly handed over the invitation letter. Then his body swayed and he fell into the abyss below. As soon as he entered, the Luo family's ancestor and the others frowned. The next moment, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. From afar, a figure could be seen rushing over. The figure flew very quickly. At first, it was still far away, but in the next second, it was right in front of them. It was accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura. So terrifying. Who was this person? The pupils of the Luo family patriarch and the other half-step saints shrank. The aura of the other party was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the monstrous demonic aura made their hair stand on end. After the great demon arrived, he didn't care about the people around him. Instead, he looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name on the first row of the stone tablet. It was Lin Xian's name. He retracted his gaze and coldly asked, "Who knows Lin Wudi? Who knows where he is now?" Lin Wudi. He's here to look for Lin Wudi. The pupils of the surrounding half-step saints shrank. Lin Wudi was now number 1 on the leaderboard. His strength was so powerful that it made them tremble. Therefore, no one dared to speak rashly. Moreover, they didn't know where Lin Xian was. The Luo family patriarch frowned. "You're looking for Lin Wudi? You know." The great demon lowered his head and looked at the Luo family patriarch. The Luo family patriarch narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you?" "Is it suitable to look for Lin Wudi?" Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed and dodged quickly to the side. A pitch-black, demonic hand grabbed at him, instantly grabbing the space he was standing in. "What are you doing? How dare you attack me?" The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would attack him. The great demon revealed a sinister smile. "Since you know Lin Wudi, things will be easy. I'll capture you and collect your soul. Then I'll naturally know everything I want." The surrounding half-step saints felt their scalps go numb. Who is this person? He's too arrogant. He wants to search my soul just to get some information. Isn't this too overbearing? The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. "How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? My big brother is nearby. I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you. You'll be suppressed here forever." "Suppress me?" The great demon roared. "You don't have the right to do that. Moreover, I hate it when people suppress me." He had just come out from the seal. Now that he heard this, how could he not be angry? In the next moment, Demonic aura filled the sky and covered the entire sky. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Luo family patriarch gritted his teeth in anger. Terrifying lightning appeared on his body, and countless law fragments danced, forming a pair of lightning wings. In an instant, he flew up quickly. A lightning blade appeared in his hand and slashed forward. Die! As the blade slashed down, the void trembled and the mountains and rivers shattered. You overestimate yourself. The great demon punched out, and boundless demonic aura shook. Boom! With a punch, countless voids collapsed and shattered. The Luo family patriarch's body was torn into pieces. Ah! With a scream, a soul floated out and tried to reassemble. However, in the next moment, his body turned into a bloody mist. His soul was grabbed by a pitch-black palm. The great demon's cold voice sounded. Soul search. His eyes were pitch-black like two black suns, emitting a demonic light. The Luo family patriarch's soul screamed crazily. Not long after, the screams disappeared and the boundless demonic aura in the surroundings also dissipated. The demon stood in the air and grabbed the translucent soul. With a light squeeze, he wiped out the other party's soul. The surrounding half-step saints trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Dead. The Luo family patriarch was killed by the other party with a raise of his hand. Heavens, what kind of person is this? Demon King, this is the real demon. Exterminating one's soul at the slightest disagreement. Exterminating one's body and soul. In an instant, many of the half-step saints retreated, wanting to escape. Did I say you could leave? The great demon snorted coldly. 36 demonic pillars appeared around him, connecting heaven and earth, forming a cage that trapped all the half-step saints. When the half-step saints who wanted to escape saw this scene, they immediately increased their speed and tore through the void, wanting to leave this place. How dare mere ants escape from me? Chapter 30-38. The 3 escaping half-saints were pierced through by the 3 demonic swords and nailed to the ground. Then, the great demon grabbed their souls and swallowed them. Plop, plop. The remaining half-saints knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. It was too terrifying. He was simply a demon king. He was a heaven-defying existence. Killing half-saints like them was as easy as blowing off dust. I can give you a chance to live as long as you tell me. Where is Lin Wudi? After swallowing the souls of the 3 half-saints, the great demon said indifferently, We don't know where Lin Wudi is, but we know people related to Lin Wudi. One of the half-step saints answered. The Qi family's patriarch had a good relationship with Lin Wudi. He was currently in the abyss below, participating in a trial. In addition, the White Crane clan and the emperor's successor, Yan Nantian, had a conflict with Lin Xian. We don't know anything else. One of them was down there, participating in a trial. The great demon glanced at the abyss below. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yan Nantian? He snorted coldly. The White Crane clan. He looked up at the sky. The boundless demonic clouds were expanding rapidly. They rushed in all directions. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. They were still on the fallen star. After finding the whereabouts of the White Crane clan, the great demon sneered coldly. Demon swallows the world. The demonic blood in his body surged into the sky, turning into several demons that bit in all directions. Damn it, you went back on your word. You said you would let us go. The surrounding half-saints screamed crazily. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. The great demon sneered. I just woke up and am very weak. I still need to recover. So, you will become my food. The boundless demonic aura swallowed the half-saints. Ah! The half-saints screamed miserably. It was too terrifying. The great demon was too powerful. The half-saints tried their best to resist, but there was nothing they could do. In a single move, they were all killed. His soul had been devoured by the great demonic god, and even his flesh and blood had been sucked dry. Bloody light circled around the great demon's body as the demonic aura around him grew even more monstrous. With a stomp of his foot, he tore through the void and charged towards the people of the White Crane tribe. The people of the White Crane clan had indeed not left the falling star. They were still here because they wanted to join forces with some experts to kill Lin Xian. There was no other way. They had already become enemies with Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was so powerful. More importantly, the other party's talent was too terrifying. The other party was so young, yet he had already reached the top of the rankings. If he was allowed to continue growing, his future would be limitless. At that time, if the other party remembered their White Crane clan would probably be annihilated. They would not allow such a danger to exist. Therefore, the White Crane clan decided to take action in advance. Although the other party was now powerful and ranked first on the rankings, he was not an invincible existence. Although it was troublesome to kill such a person, it was still doable. Originally, they wanted to contact Yan Nantian, but Yan Nantian had already left, and they could not contact him at all. Therefore, they used the teleportation formation to directly summon the half-saints of the clan and bring their magical treasures to assassinate the other party. Buzz! The void shattered, and countless Tao patterns spread out. Two figures walked out of the formation. The aura of these two people was extremely powerful. Among the half-saints, they were also extremely terrifying existences. The surrounding Tao patterns slowly dissipated, and the people of the White Crane clan heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of teleportation formation that could cross worlds was the means of saints. It was carved with Tao patterns, and every time it was activated, it would consume a large amount of resources. Even though the White Crane clan was powerful, it was still very painful for them. However, in order to kill Lin Xian, they could not care less. Two guardians, you are finally here. Seeing the two powerful half-saints, the people of the White Crane clan were extremely excited. Yes, the two guardians of the White Crane clan nodded slightly. They had already heard about the general situation, so this time they were here to kill. Their bodies were filled with biting, cold-killing intent. However, in the next moment, the two guardians frowned and looked up at the sky, their expressions extremely solemn. This aura! They were really too shocked. The other White Crane clan geniuses and half-saints also felt it. Immediately they screamed, "Damn it, what a terrifying aura! Could it be that Lin Wuti had come to kill them? Damn it, let's fight to the death with him. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him." There was no door to hell, but he barged in. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. These people of the White Crane clan revealed sinister smiles, but in the next moment they were stunned. They realized that it was not Lin Wuti. They had seen Lin Wuti's law divine ability before. It was a biting cold sword intent and terrifying flames. However, the scene in front of them was not. Demonic aura, monstrous demonic aura, rolled over and instantly enveloped the world. They felt that the pressure between heaven and earth was about to crush them. It was not Lin Wuti, but someone else? These people immediately frowned. Who is it? Who actually dares to attack our White Crane clan? Get out here. You really don't know what's good for you. We have two guardians. No matter who comes, we can kill them. The White Crane clan's genius sneered. At this moment, the left guardian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He reached out with a huge pale hand and grabbed at the void with feathers that filled the sky. In an instant, he smashed a huge hole in the void. Found you! The huge, white hand carried the power of laws and could crush everything. Even if it was a half-saint, he was confident that he could seriously injure or even kill him. However, in the next moment, the left guardian of the White Crane clan screamed. His arm was broken, and blood dripped from the half-saint. White feathers drifted down from the sky. Damn it! The left guardian gritted his teeth and used all his strength to stop his wound. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the black hole in the sky. Damn it! Who exactly are you? The other White Crane clan's geniuses and experts were also stunned. Heavens, what did they see? The left guardian was actually injured. The left guardian was so powerful that there were very few half-saints who were a match for him. Even Linwoody would not be able to defeat their left guardian. But now the left guardian was actually injured. It was obvious that there was a terrifying enemy in the black hole. In the sky, the black hole rotated and the void shattered. A pitch-black figure walked out. It was the great demon. He looked down with a smirk. The White Crane clan, seeing the great demon's figure, these people were on guard. The pupils of the two guardians constricted. What a terrifying demonic aura. The other party's aura almost made their blood freeze. Who are you? The two guardians asked coldly. Chapter 3239. Upon hearing the name Linwoody, the people of the White Crane race were stunned. The other party was also here for Linwoody? What's your relationship with Linwoody? The paragon of the White Crane race shouted coldly. They were naturally here to kill him. The great fiend's murderous aura was torrential. That was great. The people of the White Crane race were overjoyed. Linwoody, you truly deserve to die. To think that we're not the only ones who want to kill you. There's also such a strong person who wants to kill you. Let's see how you escape this time round. The people of the White Crane race were too excited. That's great. We're also here to kill Linwoody. Why don't we join forces? An elder of the White Crane race stood out. In his opinion, they could definitely kill the other party easily if they joined forces. Join forces with you guys? The great fiend revealed a look of disdain in his eyes. I'm afraid you guys aren't qualified yet. Tell me where Linwoody is, and I'll give you guys a quick death. Arrogant. The other party was way too arrogant. The other party wanted to get information from them, and even wanted to kill them all. This was simply too much. They were overestimating themselves. The right protector harumphed coldly and stood out. The left protector attacked as well. The auras of the two of them suddenly burst forth, and the law fragments turned into tornadoes that swept forward. Behind them, the paragon of the White Crane race sneered. With the two protectors attacking, the other party was definitely dead. Previously, the left protector was injured because of carelessness. Now that they attacked with their full strength, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. How strong were the two protectors? With a punch, they lit up the sky and pierced through the void, shattering the surrounding fiend chi. Since you guys are courting death, I'll fulfill your wishes. The great fiend laughed sinisterly. His black hair fluttered, and the fiend chi on his body was like a dragon. You guys dare to attack me with just the two of you? With a long roar, the entire place broke apart completely. Terrifying fiend chi was everywhere, as though it was the end of the world. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. Poof! The two protectors spat out blood and were sent flying. The broken laws on their bodies dimmed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Too strong. The other party was truly too strong. A single move injured the two of them. Just who is this person? Damn it! Let's attack together. Summoning the ancestors, the left and right protectors roared angrily. Their bodies reassembled and rushed into the sky. When the prodigy of the White Crane race heard this, he quickly activated the power of his bloodline. These people were moving freely in the sky. Their palms were constantly forming seals, and their expressions were extremely pious. Ancestors' remnant, soul, slumbering in the void, please awaken. The bloodline light on their bodies towered into the sky. Above their heads, a terrifying crack appeared. An illusory figure arrived through time and space. That was a white crane. It was too massive, most of it unimaginable. Just a bit of its claw was enough to shatter the void within 1,000,000 li. The surrounding demonic chi was suppressed once again. The great demon raised his head and looked at the phantom in the sky. He narrowed his eyes. A mere remnant soul dared to be arrogant in front of him? Just nice. I'll swallow you alive and recover my strength. The great devil was filled with a devilish aura. He reared his head back and laughed uproariously. After that, his body expanded abruptly, becoming over 1,000,000 feet tall. He stood tall and straight into the clouds, making it impossible for others to see how big he was. In the next moment, he bent down, opened his bloody mouth, and directly bit at the remnant's soul. This scene was too terrifying. The void within 1,000,000 li was swallowed by him in one bite. Damn it, who exactly is this person? The prodigies of the white crane race were all dumbfounded. The younger cultivators were so scared that they wet their pants. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. The left and right protectors were also terrified. Could it be that he is? They thought of a terrifying existence in their hearts. But that shouldn't be the case. Hadn't that existence disappeared in history? Why would he appear here? Roar! In the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dark gales blew in all directions, and these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. The remnant soul of the ancestor above them was swallowed in one bite. Puff! The left and right protectors vomited blood. The bodies of the people around them collapsed, and they looked dispirited. The remnant soul of the ancestor that they summoned was actually eaten by the other party. This was simply like a fantasy story. Stop! Don't hit him anymore. I'll tell you where that kid is. The left and right protectors screamed. This was a ferocious person, someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Do I need you to tell me what I want to know? I'll go get it myself. In the sky, the great demon's voice was heard. Then he raised his foot and stomped down. This stomp was like 1,000,000 demonic mountains, and it directly crushed the bodies of the half-saints. Even the left and right protectors couldn't resist it. Their souls escaped, wanting to escape, but they were all caught by the great demon and swallowed. Soon, the great demon's body gradually shrank, and he returned to the appearance of a normal person. His eyes shone with cold light. Spiritual movement pavilion. His body shook, and he flew into the distance. As soon as he landed in the city, he heard people on the streets talking about the battle between Linwoody and the Protector. Fallen country. Prince Emoli the Protector. It seemed that he had already left. The great demon didn't stay in Spiritual Movement Pavilion, but turned to look for Prince Emoli. He used his great technique and instantly locked onto Prince Emoli. The group tore through the void again. On the other side, Prince Emoli and the others were pale. They were still in shock from before. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that even their protector was no match for him. The Tao protector, Elder Huiyu, also sighed. He usually hid in the void and followed them silently. At this moment, his old face was filled with pain. He couldn't help it. He had lost his supreme treasure, the Sun Tao Stone, to Lin Xian, and he almost died in Lin Xian's hands. He hoped that he would never meet Lin Xian again in this life. Suddenly, Elder Huiyu's eyes shone with cold light. He revealed himself and looked into the distance. Who was it? Come out. With a roar, he shattered the void there. Prince Emoli and the others also stopped, bewildered. Elder, what's going on? Especially Prince Emoli, who was panicking. Could it be that Lin Wudy had come? He was most afraid of Lin Xian now. If Lin Xian came, there was no way to stop him. The surrounding experts were also on guard. But they said, "Don't worry, Prince, we're already at the border of the fallen country. Soon, we'll enter the fallen country and we'll be safe." "You're the protector? Lin Wudy fought with you before, didn't he?" A cold voice floated from the sky. "Kneel down and accept your death. I can give you a quick death." A large hand grabbed at Elder Huiyu. "You're courting death." Elder Huiyu punched out. His fist carried the power of laws, and it hit the black hand with a deafening sound. A large crack tore out, and Elder Huiyu's fist and half of his arm were completely shattered. Chapter 3240. Not to mention the other party's fist, the other party's body would have been torn apart by his attack. But this time, the other party only lost an arm. He was indeed strong. No wonder he could compete with Lin Wudy. "Who are you?" Elder Hui Yu was shocked. The other party's punch had easily injured him. It was too terrifying. Previously, he thought it was Lin Wudi who had come. But now it was not him. Who am I? You don't need to know. You only need to know that it's time for you to go to hell. The great demon roared. Demonic qi rushed out of his body and enveloped Elder Hui Yu, Prince Mo Li, and the rest. Not good. Prince, run. Quickly enter the fallen country. Elder Hui Yu roared, and his aura exploded. Under the protection of a group of people, Prince Mo Li turned into a stream of light and tore through the void, trying to escape. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Demon swallows the world. The great demon roared, and his demonic qi overflowed. Instantly, everyone was swallowed. Miserable screams were heard. After a gust of wind, everyone was swallowed by the great demon. Elder Hui Yu's body was torn apart, and his soul was captured by the great demon. The great demon kept his soul, and his eyes shone. Sundial Stone? He did not expect such a thing to exist. He waved his hand and shot out 3 streams of demonic qi, piercing through Elder Hui Yu's soul. Then he formed a seal with his palm. Heaven and earth reincarnated, and thousands of demons searched for the spirit. Elder Hui Yu had come into contact with the Sundial Stone. Now it was in Lin Xian's hands. It could be said that there was a connection between the two. Therefore, the great demon wanted to use Elder Hui Yu as a sacrifice to perform a peerless divine ability to search. Elder Hui Yu screamed. His soul was sucked dry, and his energy, flesh, and blood exploded. He turned into a blood mist and was absorbed by the peerless divine ability. In the next moment, the great demon's eyes shone. In front of him, Elder Hui Yu's soul and flesh had turned into a star map of the universe. On it, there was a light spot that was moving. Seeing this, the great demon's lips curled into a smile. I've finally found you. You can't run away. Buzz. He soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the rest were on their way. They were riding on a spirit ship as they flew rapidly through the universe. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon sat cross-legged and cultivated. He, too, was in charge of flying. Since he had the space coordinates, he only needed to fly for a short period of time to reach the Langya Star. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, He too sent news that Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon had opened their eyes. Were they finally arriving at the Langya Star? They stood up and checked the situation outside. In the distance, there was a blue star emitting a mysterious aura. Even Lin Xian's heavenly fortune god eyes could not see through it. What a mysterious world of stars! Indeed, there were many spirit boats parked around the blue star. Each of them was floating there. There were even spirit vessels flying over from time to time. Clearly, they were all here to inquire about matters. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest did not attract the attention of others. After all, there were too many spirit boats here. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon looked around curiously. Suddenly, a cold shout came from afar. "Scram!" Immediately after, a huge light beam blasted towards them. Lin Xian felt the spirit boat shake as it was attacked. His face darkened. Buzz! In the next moment, he appeared outside the spirit boat and looked around coldly. Soon, he locked onto a spirit boat on the left. "Were you the ones who attacked just now?" he asked coldly. "Kid, scram! Don't you know there's a queue here?" A cold voice came from the spirit boat. The spirit boat was very large, and its shape was very strange. It was in the shape of a giant silver wolf, and it was hovering in the void. The surrounding people sneered when they saw the scene. This kid is courting death. He actually offended the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. He was lucky that he was near the Langya Star. If he was outside, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, his mind and soul would be destroyed. Lin Xian frowned when he heard the surrounding people's discussion. The Terminus Lone Wolf clan? Beside him, the Dark Red Divine Dragon also flashed out. I've heard that this is also a powerful clan. It's said that they're a mutated species that has been passed down since ancient times. They're very powerful and are very powerful in the universe. Kid, you're very lucky to be here. If you weren't here, you would have died 100 times in that instant. A cold voice came from the spirit boat in front. At the same time, a silver spirit boat flew over from afar. At the same time, a scream came from inside. "Sixth uncle, I'm here." At the sight of this, the experts in the surrounding spirit boats began to discuss among themselves. It seemed to be someone from the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. He seemed to be from the younger generation. The voice in the silver wolf spirit boat in front was elated. "You're here." He looked at Lin Xian again. "Scram and give up your position. I can spare your life." Lin Xian's face darkened. He came here and was attacked before he could say anything. Now they were threatening him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? He said coldly, "Aren't you going too far?" "Going too far? Haha. You've offended the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. You've committed a capital offense. Besides, so what if I've gone too far? I can kill you. In the universe, strength and fists are the most important thing. A piece of trash like you is only worthy of crawling at our feet." "Oh, is that so? Strength and fists are the most important thing here." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Fine. I'll let you have a taste of strength and fists." At this point, he turned around, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the silver spirit boat behind rushed over, and 3 young men walked out from it. They were very arrogant. "Get lost!" They shouted coldly at Lin Xian. A nomological sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand, carrying a golden light and a dragon-shaped aura. He slashed down and directly enveloped the 3 young men who rushed over. "You're courting death. How dare you attack us?" The 3 paragons who rushed over were stunned. In the next moment, they roared angrily and burst out with intense light. The 3 of them quickly counterattacked, and terrifying nomological runes soared into the sky. Puff! However, that sword was too powerful. In an instant, the 3 paragons' great abilities were destroyed. Not only that, but their bodies were also sliced into pieces. Miserable screams were heard. That scene happened too suddenly, so much so that the surrounding people did not react in time. They only came back to their senses now. What? Their bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. "Oh heavens, who is this kid? How dare he attack the Terminus Lone Wolf clan?" Chapter 3241. You're courting death. In front of them, angry roars could be heard from the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. Someone dared to attack their people. It was an unforgivable crime. A terrifying aura surged out. Silver law fragments danced in the air, forming a giant silver wolf that charged towards Lin Xian. Sensing the other party's attack, Lin Xian sneered coldly and dodged. Then he waved his hand and countless law fragments formed a palm, grabbing the 3 souls. At the same time he shouted, "Let's see who dares to attack me." His voice was like 1,000 claps of thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The 3 sky prides of the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan screamed crazily as their souls were captured. "Sixth uncle, save me. Sixth uncle, kill him. He must kill him. Buzz!" In front of them, a figure appeared in the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure and a cold face. There were silver wolf stripes on both sides of his face. His eyes had also turned a strange green color. At this moment, those dark green eyes were emitting a terrifying light as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Kid, I advise you to let go. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The others were also stunned. This kid dared to threaten the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan. He was really courting death. "Kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and let us go, then kneel and kowtow. If we're in a good mood, we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead." The 3 souls also roared like they had gone mad. "How dare you threaten me now?" Lin Xian snorted. He raised his finger and instantly destroyed one of the souls. Bang! Ah! The soul let out a shriek and vanished into thin air. "What? You actually killed him?" The surrounding people went crazy. The other 2 souls almost fainted. They no longer dared to be arrogant. The other party really dared to kill them. In front of them, the man called Sixth Uncle's pupils shrank. His green eyes were filled with shock. Kill! The other party actually attacked. How dare the other party attack? Did the other party not know the consequences of offending the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan? "Damn kid, let him go." The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle said coldly. He didn't dare to make a move now because there were still 2 souls in the other party's hands. Lin Xian sneered, "You can let him go. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, slap yourself, and then give me your position. I can consider sparing their lives." "What did you say?" The man in front let out a furious roar as his aura erupted. A silver-white heavenly wolf phantom appeared behind him, emitting a monstrous aura. He was truly enraged. The other party actually dared to raise such a condition. He truly deserved to die 10,000 times over. The experts in the surrounding spirit boats felt their bodies turn cold and their scalps go numb. The scene in front of them had truly stunned them. "Since that's the case, you can go die." The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle snorted coldly. He made his move. A palm stretched out, transforming into the silvery white claw of a lone wolf. It covered the sky and covered the earth, like a mountain descending from the sky. The aura on it was simply too terrifying. When the surrounding experts felt this aura, they felt as though they were about to faint. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a piercing cold light. He stretched out a palm, carrying monstrous flames, and charged forward. The palm strike was earth-shattering, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. Boom! 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 The 2 large hands collided in the sky, and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, at this moment, the man opposite them made his move again. A silver-white fist blasted over, carrying with it nomological fragments and the heavenly wolf phantom. It was extremely terrifying. This punch was too terrifying. Many people screamed in fear. Heaven, ferocious fist. It seemed that the other party was really angry. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He grabbed one of the souls and threw it forward. No, that soul screamed and wanted to escape. But how could it escape Lin Xian's palm? In the next moment, the soul was blasted into pieces by the heaven ferocious fist. What a powerful fist! Lin Xian retreated to the side and sneered. He didn't show any mercy to his own people. Damn it! The man called Sixth Uncle was so angry that his entire body trembled. One of the souls was destroyed. This made his murderous aura surge. "Kid, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you." The other party took a step forward, and a terrifying roar sounded. The heaven ferocious lone wolf phantom behind him became more and more solid, as if it was going to cross time and space. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian sneered. He was now powerful, and his nomological laws were terrifying. Why would he be afraid of the other party? The surrounding spirit ships all retreated. They could tell that the 2 of them were powerhouses. The youth in front of them was not simple either. Therefore, the battle between the 2 would definitely be earth-shattering. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder, and that the battle was about to erupt, a cold shout was heard. Who dared to make a move on the Langia star? Could it be that they had forgotten the rules? As soon as this was said, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that a battle would not happen. Sure enough, the man from the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan retracted his aura, and the heavenly wolf phantom also returned to his body. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. 2 figures flew up from afar. Their feet were stepping on lotus flowers, and countless runes enveloped them. The two of them were not old, about 18 or 19 years old. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, like a pair of immortal children. Each of them held an ancient hexagonal lantern. The clothes they wore were also very ancient, and runes covered them. These two people should be from the Langistar. Lin Xian also retracted his aura that filled the sky. He instantly formed a few seals and put away the last soul. Seeing this scene, the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan gnashed their teeth in anger. The man called Sixth Uncle also had a sullen expression. He ignored Lin Xian and said to the two immortal children of the Langistar, "Greetings to the two immortal children. It's not that I want to break the rules, but someone really doesn't know what's good for him and dares to challenge my heaven ferocious lone wolf group. I had no choice but to make a move." Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Xian. The immortal children in front also turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian, and then asked coldly, "This happened because of you?" "There's a reason for this. If someone didn't go too far, why would I make a move?" Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded. "I've heard about the insolence of the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan. I think you have a reason for this. I'll let it go this time. Remember the rules of the Langistar. You're not allowed to fight here. All right, you can go in now," the immortal child and jade maiden said softly. In the next moment, the runes on their bodies spread out, and the surrounding spirit boats all trembled and entered the Langistar. "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then he and the dark red divine dragon also entered the spirit boat, started the spirit boat, and flew forward. On the other side, the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan's faces were gloomy. Damn it, they actually let the other party in. Although they were very angry, they did not dare to vent their anger on the Langistar. Therefore, they could only vent all their anger on Lin Xian. Chapter 3242. Lin Xian finally arrived at the Langistar. After entering, they looked down through the spirit boat. The entire Langistar was divided into countless regions. In each region, there were immortal children and jade maidens who came to receive them. Everyone first said what type of treasure they wanted, and then they were assigned to different regions. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out and put away the spirit boat. At the same time, many figures descended near them. One of them was a man in purple, and even his hair was purple. His body was surrounded by purple light, and he looked mighty and extraordinary. His gaze was as cold as a knife. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing many people to tremble slightly. Many of the surrounding experts' pupils shrank. It was him, Zi Yuhao. He was a top genius and ranked 10th on the Abyss list. His strength could be said to be very terrifying, and even the veteran half-sages did not dare to be enemies with him. Zi Yuhao's appearance attracted the attention of countless people, and they whispered to each other. At this moment, a handsome young man also appeared in front of him. He looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him and smiled. "Brother Yuhao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I wonder what Brother Yuhao is trying to ask." Lin Fan thought, "Octopus treasure snake." Zi Yuhao said coldly. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed. Many of them had never heard of this name at all. However, some of the veteran half-sages' pupils shrank. Could it be that kind of thing? In front, the handsome young man also stopped smiling. "Brother Yuhao, please." He invited the purple-robed man away. Soon it was Lin Xian's turn. A pair of immortal children asked, wondering what this young master wanted to ask. It was a kind of treasure that belonged to the crystal type. It was more precious and could be said to be very rare. Lin Xian did not directly say that it was a stone, because that would be too obvious a target, and he was afraid that he would be targeted by many people. In front of him, the immortal children nodded, then took out a token and said to Lin Xian, "Go to the 12th region." Lin Xian took the token and flew forward. This was because when he landed from the sky, he saw that the entire Langistar was divided into many regions. He knew which direction these 12 zones were in. He thought that after he arrived, there would be someone waiting for him. After receiving the tokens, the two of them directly sat on the teleportation array. The array flickered. When he reappeared, he was already in the 12th district. In front of the 12th district, there was also a beautiful woman who asked, "I wonder what young master is asking about." They were similar to crystals. The 8th palace. The beautiful woman said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian once again headed towards the 8th palace. There were still 3 people in front of him, so Lin Xian waited for a while. When it was his turn, Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked in. The main hall was very spacious, and it was also very simple and unadorned. The surroundings were densely packed with symbols. Clearly, if anyone dared to cause trouble here, they would be suppressed in an instant. After Lin Xian entered, the doors to the 8th hall closed. Following that, a voice rang out. "What does young master want to ask?" There was no one else around. Lin Xian had asked He Tu before, so he could tell him his purpose here. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "I want to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao Stone." Dao Stone? This time, it was the people of the 8th hall who were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to ask about such a precious thing. However, as people of the Langistar, they had seen all kinds of problems. Therefore, although they were surprised, they quickly calmed down. Buzz! The array in front of them flickered, and a middle-aged woman walked out. She was wearing a long robe and had a dignified face. As soon as she appeared, she quickly asked, "Young master, what attribute do you want?" "I want more than 1 Dao stone." "How much information can you provide?" Lin Xian asked. One had to know that he needed 4 Dao stones and 1 origin magnetic stone. If possible, he hoped to ask them all at once. However, the dignified woman in front of him said, "Young master, you can only ask one thing at a time. This is the rule of the Langistar." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Would attribute?" The woman in red's eyes flickered. "Yes, our Langistar has information about would attribute Dao stones. However, the cost. Dao stones were more precious, so the cost was also incomparably precious. A complete sacred artifact or 30 million caddies of divine crystals. Or help us do one thing." Hearing this price, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his expression changed. Wasn't this too expensive? One had to know that he didn't even have a true sacred artifact in his hands. He only had a few half-step sacred artifacts. There were also fragments of sacred artifacts. However, these couldn't be compared to a true sacred artifact. Moreover, 30 million caddies of divine crystals was such a huge amount of wealth. Moreover, the Langistar didn't give him a Dao stone, but only a piece of information. Whether he could obtain it or not was 2 different things. However, just a piece of information was sold at such a high price. It had to be said that it really shocked Lin Xian. Heavens, this Langistar was so rich. Previously, when he heard He Tu say that he didn't have much of a sense, now that he directly felt it, he was extremely shocked. Moreover, he knew that the Langistar was not only rich, but also extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away long ago. Not to mention other things, there were many saints in the various worlds. Any one of them would probably be able to snatch it away. But now the Langistar was doing fine. No one dared to come here and cause trouble. This meant that there was an extremely powerful existence on the Langistar. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred artifact, but he could take out 30 million caddies of divine crystals. All these years, he couldn't kill strong enemies, but he had collected countless resources. He could take it out. However, this was already very close to his entire fortune. If he took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals, he probably wouldn't have much left. After all, whether it was formation, spirit boats, or cultivation, they all required divine crystals. As for the third condition, help the Langistar do one thing? The first two conditions were so expensive. This matter probably wouldn't be so easy to complete. Moreover, it was Lin Xian's first time here. He also wanted to see if the Langistar was as accurate as the rumors said. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of determination. I'm prepared to pay 30 million caddies of divine crystals. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals from the black earth. Those divine crystals appeared in the 8th hall. Fortunately, the 8th hall was incomparably majestic and had countless array formations. There was an unknown amount of space hidden behind it, which was why it could fit them all. In front, the dignified woman's soul swept over and nodded slightly. 30 million caddies, no more, no less. In the next moment, she opened her red lips. There were two pieces of news regarding the Wood Dao Stone. The first news was that 1,300 years ago, someone had seen the Wood Dao Stone on the Wildwood Star. The second news was that 300 years ago, someone had also seen the Wood Dao Stone in the elven forest of the elven planet. Regarding these two pieces of news, the first was that the Wildwood Star was a little far from the Langistar. It would take about 5 years to fly there with a spirit boat. The second was that the elven planet was closer and would only take about 7 months to reach. However, the elven forest of the elven planet was more dangerous. Chapter 3243. The two pieces of news were finished in a few short sentences. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and left the 8th hall. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. These two pieces of news had cost him almost all his wealth. It really made his heart ache. The dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, be content. This is a Dao stone that even saints might not be able to obtain." "That's true." Lin Xian nodded. If he had asked for other information, it probably wouldn't have been so expensive. And from the looks of it, this information was from a few hundred years ago. It was hard to say if he would have it there. It seemed that he needed a certain amount of luck. Lin Xian rubbed his face and soared into the sky, leaving the 8th hall. He decided to head to the elven planet and investigate the elven forest. After all, the Wildwood Star was too far away. Who knew what would happen during the 5 years? Of course, the dark red divine dragon also suggested that there should be an array formation between the worlds of stars. If he were to activate that kind of teleportation array, the consumption would be very large. With Lin Xian's current wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Soon, Lin Xian left the 8th hall and even left Area 12. When he came out and was about to leave, he met the purple-clothed man from before. The purple-clothed man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head. His gaze was like a purple blade that was abnormally sharp, causing the void to tremble. This person is actually able to withstand my gaze. Interesting. Zi Yuhao's lips curled into an evil smile. He took a deep look at Lin Xian, then turned and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. But he could feel the powerful force and terrifying killing intent in the other party's gaze. It seemed that the other party didn't cultivate any righteous cultivation technique and was related to evil. Outside, there were a few spirit boats hidden in the void. An invisible net stretched out and enveloped all the passers-by. It seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly their hearts stirred. Inside the spirit boat, a few men in white exclaimed and came out. Inside their spirit boat, Lin Xian was displayed on the array formation light screen. These people were from the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan. 6th uncle had not returned yet, so he quickly informed him. Then he would order 2 spirit boats to chase after that brat. He must not let him escape. This time he was going to destroy both his body and soul. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's experts gritted their teeth. Soon, they sent a message to inform the experts of the Wolf Fong planet. At the same time, the 2 spirit boats concealed their auras and followed silently from afar. After Lin Xian left the Langistar, he took out the spirit boat and entered it with the dark red divine dragon. The 2 of them flew quickly, and completely disappeared. After flying for about 2 hours, Lin Xian frowned. When he first came out, he felt like he was being watched by someone. Until now, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He stopped the spirit boat and turned to look. Activating the heavenly secret divine eyes, golden runes flickered, penetrating through everything. Soon he saw 2 spirit vessels following him silently in the cosmos behind him. At this moment, they also stopped there. The array formations of the 2 spirit boats were activated and concealed everything, but they still could not escape the heavenly secret divine eyes. "How dare you follow me? You don't know what death is." Lin Xian sneered. He knew without thinking that they must be from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan. In that case, he could only send them to hell. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His figure flashed, and he instantly left the spirit boat. In the 2 spirit boats behind, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan frowned. Why did that brat stop? Could it be that he discovered us? Impossible. We've already activated the array formation. How could he discover us? Perhaps there's something else? Let's wait a little longer. The people in the 2 spirit boats communicated through the array formation. They also stopped and activated the array formation even more brilliantly, hiding it even more deeply. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned because they saw a figure rushing out in front of them. "Oh no, it's that brat. Could it be that we've been discovered?" They panicked. At this moment, someone shouted, "So what if we've been discovered? Fire at him!" These people hurriedly injected divine crystals into the spirit boats. Runes flickered, forming 2 pillars of light that reached the sky and blasted forward quickly. The 2 pillars of light were like rainbows, carrying an aura that could destroy everything. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian was so powerful that he did not dodge at all in the face of these 2 earth-shattering attacks. He waved his fist and charged forward with terrifying nomological fragments. Boom! Flames surged into the sky as the fist pressed forward. Terrifying power rushed into the sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. The 2 collided, erupting with shocking energy that illuminated the dark universe. That brat actually dared to take it head-on. Is he courting death? Hee, we can kill him without 6th Uncle's help. That's natural. Previously, it was inconvenient for 6th Uncle to make a move on the Langia star. Otherwise, how could that brat have survived until now? In the spirit boat, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan sneered. Under this attack, even a half-sage would not be able to survive. That brat was definitely dead. However, their smiles soon froze, and their eyes became filled with fear. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling nonstop. In the energy light in front of them, a figure was like a god of war, rampaging and tearing apart all the light. Then it turned into an eternal light that quickly charged towards them. Damn it, it's that brat. Impossible. How could he still be alive? Even a half-sage was dead. What kind of physique did he have? Could it be that he had top-notch battle armor on him? These people screamed in horror. Quickly, fire again. They fired another 4 energy beams that shot towards the other party as if they were about to destroy the world. However, Lin Xian's physique was extremely powerful. Nomological fragments circulated around his body, and his 9-yang divine body was burning like a blazing sun. Lin Xian broke through all the attacks and arrived in front of the 2 spirit boats. Boom! He punched out and blasted forward. With a clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out like 10,000 claps of thunder. The spirit boat trembled nonstop, and a fist mark appeared on it. It was incomparably deep, and it was almost penetrated. Inside the spirit boat, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan were so scared that they trembled all over when they saw the scene. Damn it, who the hell is this person? One had to know that their spirit boat was very sturdy. Even a half-sage could not break it. But now, the other party's punch had almost penetrated it. Could it be that this brat had surpassed a half-sage? Damn it, we can't be so passive. The distance is too close, so it's not easy for the spirit boat to attack. Let's hurry up and attack. We have 8 people on our side. I don't believe that we can't kill him. The young prodigy gritted his teeth. This prodigy was also a half-sage. He said, "Let's join forces." There were several half-sages in the 2 spirit boats. The others were also close to reaching the half-sage realm. They had all comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Chapter 32:44. Kill. In an instant, these people rushed out. 5 of them quickly combined their formations to form the Heavenly Fiend formation and charged towards Lin Xian. The other 3 were all half-step saints. They had terrifying nomological fragments on them. They were extremely terrifying, like demon kings. Kid, go to hell. The 8 of them attacked together with earth-shattering momentum. They were confident that they could definitely kill a half-step saint in an instant. To be honest, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan was very powerful. With their lineup, not to mention killing a half-step saint, they could even kill 3 half-step saints. But now, unfortunately, they encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian split the sky with his sword and directly shattered all the attacks. At the same time, his left leg swept out with the nomological fragments of the earth. Like an earth dragon, it instantly crushed the void. In front, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were instantly kicked out. Several of them were broken at the waist. Next, various nomological fragments danced in the air. Lin Xian directly defeated these people with his powerful strength. No, damn it, impossible. How can you be so powerful? These people from the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan went crazy. The other party actually used several nomological fragments. Oh my God, how is this possible? One had to know that most of them only had a single nomological fragment. At most, there were 2 nomological fragments. However, the other party took out 4 or 5 nomological fragments in a row. They were beaten until they vomited blood. Not good. An expert and a top expert. These people went crazy and hurriedly fled back to the spirit boat. Leave quickly, leave. They wanted to escape, but how could they escape? The annihilation nomological fragment formed a large crack in front of them, and all the power was dissolved. Lin Xian held the nomological swords with both hands. One was a fire nomological sword, and the other was a metal nomological sword. He waved his hands, and sword chi swept out. Soon, these Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were all killed. No. When Lin Xian killed the last Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan member, a crazy roar came from afar. The surrounding void kept shattering, and large cracks of millions of miles appeared, charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a sweep of his long sword he cut off the cracks. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the distance, a few figures flew over. The person in the lead was extremely powerful. It was the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's 6th uncle. The skinny man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the scene in front of him. 8 geniuses of the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf tribe had died at the hands of the other party. Ah, I'll tear you to shreds. He raised his head and roared. His aura was like an avalanche, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, he formed a giant silver wolf and charged towards Lin Xian. This was a type of great bloodline ability, bringing with it heaven overflowing silver law fragments, covering the sky and covering the earth. Kill! Lin Xian also roared as he brandished his golden nomological sword. It was like a golden dragon dancing in the sky as the 2 huge shadows clashed in the universe. The resulting scene was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, this was not the astral world, but the cold universe. There were no buildings or people in the surroundings. Otherwise, everything would probably turn into ashes. Damn, brat, I want you dead. The man called 6th uncle gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf tribe. You asked for it and had to hunt me down. All of this is what you deserve. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can compete with me?" In front of him, the skinny man's expression was ferocious. The power of the bloodline and the silver law fragments on his body were becoming more and more monstrous. At this point, he had completely made up his mind to tear the person in front of him into pieces. He would not hold back. "Is that so? I want to see what ability the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf tribe has to be so arrogant." Lin Xian said coldly. He had 6 types of law fragments and the dragon's sword soul. Why would he be afraid of the other party? "You don't know what's good for you. When I catch you later, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll use hellfire to refine your soul for 10,000 years. I'll make you wish you were dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny man turned into a silver flash and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. When he got close to Lin Xian, silver law fragments erupted from the skinny man's body and turned into wolf claws. They were densely packed and covered the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. They wanted to tear him to pieces. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the 9-yang divine body. His body shone brightly with mysterious runes on it that flickered with monstrous flames. At this moment, Lin Xian was really like a flaming war god. He relied on his strong physique to resist the skinny man's attack. At the same time, he activated the golden law fragment and formed a golden law sword. He waved it continuously. Not only did it contain the power of the golden law, but it also contained the power of the dragon's sword soul. Boom! The demon wolf claws slammed onto Lin Xian's body, emitting a sonorous sound and erupting with thousands of rays of light that illuminated the area. The void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's body trembled, and even took a step back. However, his body did not split open. How could his body be so strong? The skinny man's pupils shrank in disbelief. His attack was so powerful that an ordinary half-saint would have been torn apart. Even if they had half-saint armor, they would be injured and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Even their internal organs would be shattered. But now, the other party's body only swayed a little and dissolved his terrifying power. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the kid in front of him was a body-tempering expert? He was extremely surprised. At the same time, the law sword in Lin Xian's hand had already slashed down. Buzz! Not good. The skinny man, called Sixth Uncle, quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. The sword shattered all the demon wolf claws that he had sent out. There was even a sword mark on his arm. Blood that had penetrated deep into his bones instantly flowed out. Damn it! The skinny man was extremely shocked. Not only was the other party's physique strong, but his attack was also shocking. He was from the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan, an ancient monster. His physique was extremely strong. Even if he did not wear armor, an ordinary half-saint would not be able to hurt him. But now, the other party had injured him with a light sword. The skinny man was in disbelief. His expression was gloomy as the law power in his body quickly circulated, trying to heal the wound. But soon he frowned. He could not heal it completely. There was a sharp sword intent on the wound that could not be erased in a short time. Damn it, Seal! The skinny man used the law fragment to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. The next moment, he raised his head and stared at the other party with a piercing light in his eyes. Skywolf eyes. A pair of green eyes burst out with a piercing light, forming 2 green storms that swept forward. This was a kind of eye technique. Not only could it injure the body, but it could also injure the soul. With one strike, it could destroy one soul. Buzz! The 2 green storms passed through the flames on Lin Xian's body and seemed to want to tear Lin Xian's body apart. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body erupted with incomparable power. He was like a flaming war god, unstoppable. Chapter 3245. Brat, do you think you can fight against me? Under my heavenly wolf eyes, your body and soul will be destroyed. The skinny man sneered. Lin Xian did not say anything, but he increased the power of his heavenly secret divine eyes. The golden light and the green storm collided, creating a shocking collision. It was as if the entire starry sky was shaking. Puff! The two-eye techniques disappeared in the sky. Is this all you've got? Not good. Lin Xian sneered. Brat, you're courting death. The skinny man roared, but he was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly wolf eye to be blocked by his opponent. It was too unexpected. In the next moment, his eyes turned cold, and the silver light on his body became more solid, as if he had really summoned a demonic beast of heaven and earth. Behind him, the sky-fiend lone wolf became excited when he saw this scene. It seemed that their sixth uncle was going to use his trump card. The silhouette of the silver sky wolf became more and more solid. Then it let out a roar and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, and the 9-yang divine body shone brightly, forming the shadow of the fire god. It stood tall in the sky. With a furious roar, its huge body charged forward. One had a strong physique, and the other had a terrifying bloodline. When the two clashed, it was earth-shattering. Skyfiend Wolf Howl. At this moment, the skinny man roared again, and the silver wolf tattoo on his face flickered, and a blood-red light appeared on it. Roar. With a roar, a terrifying blood-red sound wave surged forward with a strong murderous aura. The void shattered, and the 9-yang divine body's shadow was suppressed. The sound wave was so terrifying that Lin Xian felt his blood boil, and his soul was about to faint. Azure Dragon Howl. Lin Xian also roared, and the dragon-beating sword spirit in his body roared. The dragon's roar turned into a sword wave, with him as the center, spreading forward. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. With a strong sword intent, it blocked the heavenly wolf howl. At the same time, the dragon's roar caused the experts of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan to tremble uncontrollably. Not good. Bloodline suppression. The voice coming from the other party's body was too shocking. Even the skinny man's expression changed. He could feel that the sky wolf projection on his body was being suppressed. Damn it, you can actually let out a dragon's roar. The skinny man was extremely shocked. He frantically urged the silver laws and quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he merged with the heavenly wolf's phantom and slammed into the 9-yang divine body's phantom. Boom! The phantom of the 9-yang divine body was pierced through. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. His strength had increased again. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect this man to be so strong. It seemed that the other party was a veteran half-saint. His bloodline power and law fragment were both extremely powerful. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. 13 green lotus swords. Lin Xian waved the golden light sword in his hand, drawing out 13 sword qi in the sky. These sword qi carried the power of the metal law fragment and the fire law fragment. They quickly condensed in the air, forming a golden lotus. The fire on top of it was jumping. The 2 law fragments intertwined and flew forward. In an instant, it enveloped the skinny man. The golden flame lotus split open, and the terrifying sword qi completely pierced through the void. The metal law was extremely sharp, and the fire law was extremely violent. These 2 laws were extremely powerful in terms of attack power. At this moment, the 2 were mixed together. That power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The skinny man instantly felt threatened. The sword qi hit his body, causing the sky wolf projection on his body to tremble violently. In the end, the sky wolf projection was pierced through, and a few sword qi slashed towards him. Get lost! The skinny man roared angrily, and a layer of blood light appeared on his body, forming blood-colored patterns that crawled all over his body. As a member of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan, his body was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, and his originally thin and slender body suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant of about 30 meters tall. Silver hair even appeared on his body, and a tail appeared on his back. His claws also became sharp. At this moment, he had become very similar to a human-shaped demon wolf. He wanted to use this demon beast's body to resist the remaining sword chi. When the sword chi hit his body, a dazzling light burst out and forced him to retreat. In the end, 2 streaks of sword chi pierced through his body, leaving 2 bloody holes in his body. The fire law even ignited one of his arms. The skinny man roared wildly, using his bloodline power to suppress the sword chi. In the end, he shattered all the sword chi, and the flames were also extinguished by him. However, he was also injured by this attack. Behind him, the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan members screamed crazily. They did not dare to imagine that their 6th uncle would be injured again. If the first time was because of carelessness, then this time there was no way to explain. The opponent was very strong, stronger than their 6th uncle. 6th uncle, let's attack together. The experts at the back blurted out. Okay. 6th uncle gritted his teeth and nodded. Now was not the time for him to be stubborn. Although the opponent was younger than him, he was too strong. Moreover, the opponent's skills were so strange that it was impossible for him to guard against them. When the opponent's sword chi hit his body, the wound could not be completely healed. Although it was not fatal, it still affected his combat strength. The 3 figures behind him rushed over. They were also very strong. It seemed that they were going to fight 4 against 1. Ruffian dragon. Lin Xian roared, and the dark red dragon behind him rushed out of the black earth. With a roar, it transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air, and its powerful dragon might suppress the surroundings. Haha, I can't wait any longer. Come. I'll teach you how to barbecue skewers today. Lightning surrounded his body, and clouds filled the air. He truly carried boundless divine might. My God. Sitting on his back was a snow-white monkey. At this moment, the snow-white monkey was waving its little paws, seemingly very excited. Dragons! When the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan members saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They did not expect that in addition to the kid in front of them, the other party had a dragon companion. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was not an ordinary dragon. The dragon might and dragon blood on the other party's body were too strong. I didn't expect you to have a helper, but so what? Do you believe that 4 half-sages can't take you down? Indeed, no matter how strong the other party was, there were only 2 half-sages on their side. 2 against 1, they should be able to win, right? Moreover, they were from the same clan, and their bloodlines could resonate, so they could use some of the clan's forbidden skills. Chapter 3246. Attack! On the other side, the man called 6th Uncle roared, and the 4 half-saints charged over. 6th Uncle and one of the men charged toward Lin Xian, while the other 2 half-saints charged toward the dark red dragon. Go to hell, kid! 6th Uncle and the young half-saint quickly attacked, brandishing their powerful law fragments. These 2 half-saints were not ordinary. For a moment, they suppressed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian soon counterattacked. He had 6 kinds of law fragments and was very powerful. He was not at a disadvantage against the 2 half-saints, and he was gradually suppressing them. This scene shocked 6th Uncle and the young half-saint. Damn it, he's too strong. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength before? Thinking of this, 6th Uncle's face turned gloomy. Kill him. I must kill him. Otherwise, he would be a big disaster. On the other battlefield, the dark red dragon was also very powerful. He kept spewing wind and lightning, and the clouds around him surged. Rain fell from the sky. The 4 half-saints were fighting with 4 kinds of law fragments. For a moment, the scene was shocking. The dark red dragon was not at a disadvantage either. He even beat the 2 half-saints, causing them to scream in pain. Damn it, he's also an expert. He's using all kinds of divine abilities. Moreover, the dragon's physique is stronger than theirs. For a moment, the 4 half-step saints, including the Skyfiend Lone Wolf, roared madly. Sixth uncle's heart sank when he saw this. If this continued, they would not be able to do anything to their opponent. They might even be seriously injured. In the end, someone might die here. You three listen to my orders. Form the four beasts formation. Sixth uncle roared angrily and bit his finger. The half-saint's blood flowed, forming a strange arc with his hand and the fragment of the precept. It was a mysterious rune with blood-colored power, as if it was summoning some kind of divine ability. The other three half-saints did the same. Soon, a blood-colored rune formed in front of him. For a moment, an inexplicable connection was formed between the four of them. A huge formation was formed around the four of them, which encapsulated Lin Xianhan and the crimson godly dragon. Damn it, ruffian dragon, fight back! They were forming a formation. Lin Xian let out a long howl, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. The sword qi in his hand became even more terrifying. Sword after sword slashed forward. The dark, red divine dragon naturally knew that it couldn't possibly allow these people to form a formation. He quickly moved out, using the great divine ability of the dragons to fly forward. However, the four half-saints were determined to use this technique. Their speed was incomparably fast. They simply didn't try to fight back. Instead, they quickly dodged. Moreover, as half-saints, their speed at forming seals was extremely fast. Thus, the formation was about to be completed. At this time, the little snow-white monkey made its move, arriving in front of a half-saint in an instant. It reached out its little claws, slapping the other party's face. Bang! He knocked the other party unconscious in an instant. Great! The dark, red divine dragon seized the opportunity and swung its dragon claws, tearing the opponent's body apart. Roar! The half-step saint screamed miserably. His body split open, and blood instantly flowed out. As for the formation, it also paused for a moment. It was not complete, and only one step was left. Not good. Sixth uncle's pupils constricted. Damn it! There's something wrong with that monkey too. They were all half-saints, and they were so powerful, but they were knocked unconscious by the other party's slap. There was definitely something wrong with this. The half-step saint's body shattered, and he screamed like a madman. However, he quickly reformed. At his level, although the injury was serious, it was not enough to kill him. After healing, he roared, and the blood light on his body surged into the sky. His body suddenly enlarged, and the robe on his body was torn apart, leaving only a suit of armor on his body. His appearance also changed. Silver-white wolf fur appeared on his body. A tail appeared on his back, and his claws became sharp. His human head also turned into a wolf's head, and his green eyes were emitting a terrifying light. True form. The other party had transformed into his true form. Moreover, the power of his bloodline was fully activated. With a wave of his wolf claws, he tore the void apart. He grabbed the little snow-white monkey. At the same time, his other hand formed the last rune, and suddenly the formation of four beasts was formed. The millions of miles of space where Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were turned completely blood-red. The little snow-white monkey quickly dodged the other party's wolf claws and made faces in the sky, spitting saliva. However, at this moment, the blood-red light in the void stretched out four blood-red arms. There were bright, blood-red patterns on each of them. The appearance of the four arms was very strange, and as soon as they appeared, they sealed a small space. That small space was where the little snow-white monkey was. Buzz! The four arms grabbed the little snow-white monkey. Not good. The dark, red divine dragon exclaimed and wanted to rush over, but the other half-step saint cooperated with the formation to resist. In the distance, Lin Xian also frowned. He was also blocked by Sixth Uncle and the other half-step saint. Get lost. Lin Xian knocked the two half-step saints back with a sword, but soon the two half-step saints rushed over. Are you trying to kill us? Impossible. This time, the monkey will definitely die. You're courting death. Lin Xian was furious. His eyes shone with a cold light, and powerful sword qi rose from his body. In an instant, he shot out 48,000 sword qi, and the terrifying light shrouded Sixth Uncle and the other half-step saint. In the next moment, the two half-step saints screamed. Thousands of cracks appeared on their bodies, and they were densely packed, covering their entire bodies. Their eyes were filled with fear. Sixth Uncle roared, "Damn monkey, go to hell!" The four arms exerted force, and the blood-red light filled the sky, as if it could tear everything apart. Not good. Lin Xian felt a sense of threat from above. It could definitely tear a half-step saint's body apart. The little snow-white monkey was in danger. It was impossible to rush over now, but he would not give up. His palms formed a seal, and a golden eye appeared in the sky, carrying a powerful and mysterious power. The golden runes spun rapidly, forming a terrifying flame that floated down. Suddenly, the surrounding blood-red mist was all burned. However, even more mist floated out and formed layers upon layers of blood-colored walls, protecting the four blood-colored palms. At this moment, the blood-red palms exerted force. With a squelch, the space was completely crushed. "No, Whitey!" Lin Xian roared, and his eyes turned red. The little snow-white monkey was his companion, and she had helped him find many treasures along the way. But he did not expect that she would be killed by the other party now. His eyes were red. "If Whitey dies, I'll bury the entire Lonesome Wolves with her." Lin Xian's voice was so cold that Sixth Uncle and the other three half-step saints trembled. They seemed to have provoked an extremely powerful being. Damn it! On the other side, the dark red divine dragon roared. "I won't let you go either. I'll break your necks one by one. Then I'll eat you all." His eyes were red. He and the little snow-white monkey had formed a deep relationship. Just as the two of them were in despair, a muffled voice came from the blood-red void in front of them. Then it turned into a roar. Chapter 3247. Whitey and Lin Xian exclaimed. The dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. That was great. Sixth Uncle and the others narrowed their eyes. Not dead? How was that possible? Could it be that this monkey was also a half-saint? He could not believe that the three of them were all half-saints. Where did they come from? One had to know that the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan could produce so many half-saints because they had a long history and were powerful. Their clan was extremely powerful in the universe. However, they did not know the other party at all. Previously, they thought that the other party was just someone from a small world and would not be able to withstand a single blow. But now they realized that they were wrong. The other party was too mysterious. The two companions beside the other party were also very mysterious. Damn it, how was that possible? The monkey was not dead. The half-saint was also stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. The little white monkey flew out of the blood-red void. Its little face had become a little cold, and its big black eyes were shining with a trace of golden light. In the next moment, there was a shocking change. Buzz! His body abruptly grew in size, with countless bolts of lightning and light revolving around his body. It was as if it had turned into an ape king. Boom! With a punch, it destroyed everything. The half-saint was smashed into pieces. Ah! A miserable voice was heard. The half-step saint was screaming in the void. However, in the next moment, Whitey opened its mouth and directly swallowed the half-saint's soul. This scene was simply too shocking. They did not expect the little white monkey to have such a change. Even the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian were stunned. One had to know that the little white monkey had always been very cute. Although it had a special ability, it was very fast. Its speed was extremely fast, and it could knock people unconscious. Moreover, it could also search for treasures. However, other than that, it did not show much in terms of combat strength. Lin Xian did not plan to let the little white monkey fight. The little white monkey's search for treasures was very important to him, and he was very happy about it. But now, who would have thought that the snow-white little monkey would suddenly undergo a shocking change? The cute fur ball had turned into an indomitable ape king. Moreover, that power was extremely terrifying. A single strike had shattered a half-saint. In fact, he had even sucked in his opponent's soul. He had killed a half-saint with just a wave of his hand. Damn it, what is this thing? The other 2 half-saints of the Lonesome Wolf tribe were stunned. Even the 6th uncle was dumbfounded. 6th uncle, what's going on? The other 2 asked crazily. 6th uncle's face was gloomy as he stared at the imposing figure in front of him, his eyes flickering. Damn it! Why was it so similar to that thing in the legends? But that was impossible. Wasn't that thing extinct a long time ago? The 6th uncle was deeply shocked. He had a guess in his mind, but he quickly rejected it as soon as it appeared. Impossible, that thing couldn't possibly exist. However, what was going on with the scene before him? Could it be that it was related to that thing? Or perhaps he possessed a trace of the other party's bloodline? Thinking of this possibility, 6th uncle felt that it was very likely. His face turned cold. Damn it, let's go. These people are too strange. Whether it was Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, or the sudden appearance of Little White, they were all beyond their expectations. If they continued to fight, they would probably be in danger. Therefore, the 3 of them turned around and wanted to leave. Roar! Just as the 3 of them moved, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them. The 4 beasts' formation they had formed was instantly torn apart. Not only that, a terrifying white light came toward them. In an instant, a behemoth appeared in front of them. With a wave of its hand, it had the power to sweep away the world. The 3 of them tried their best to dodge. At this moment, the little white monkey stared at one of the half-saints. Once again, it clawed down and crushed him. It sucked hard and sucked the half-saint soul. Damn it, run. Ignite your bloodline. The 6th uncle screamed crazily. The other party was too strange. He didn't dare to fight against it at all. The 2 of them used all their strength, and their bodies emitted a blood-red light. Behind them, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. They still hadn't figured out what was going on with Little White. But now, there was no time for them to think about it. They had to kill the Lonesome Wolf clan first, and then slowly interrogate them. The 2 of them also unleashed their strength, and the laws on their bodies danced. Lin Xian turned into a dragon shadow and turned into a sword light, quickly rushing over. The 6th uncle and the half-saint had already lost the will to fight. Under the attack of the little white monkey, they were scared out of their wits. At this moment, with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they were forced to retreat. The young half-saint was pierced through by the 5 lightning law of the divine dragon. Then the little white monkey smashed him with a slap and sucked his soul into its stomach. As for the 6th uncle, Lin Xian used the metal law and the great dragon sword soul to slash him apart. His soul was also swallowed by the little white monkey. Everyone was killed. Lin Xian began to collect their spirit boats and storage rings. The dark red divine dragon collected all their flesh and blood. The Lonesome Wolf clan had a rich bloodline and powerful strength. These things were very useful to him. The little snow-white monkey continued to roar. Its huge and majestic body slowly shrunk until it turned into a small furry ball. Oh! The little white monkey opened its eyes, and there was a trace of confusion in its black, gem-like eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stopped what they were doing and quickly flew over. "Are you okay?" Lin Xian asked with concern. The dark red divine dragon beside him also said, "Little one, did you eat the wrong medicine?" The little white monkey was very confused. Then it waved its little paw, pointed at Lin Xian, and spoke in a childish voice. Lin Xian. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The little snow-white monkey could actually speak. It was too shocking. One had to know that he was very shocked before. How could a spiritual beast like the little white monkey not speak? But he had not seen the little white monkey speak all this time. Now, the little white monkey could finally speak. This made Lin Xian very happy. The dark red divine dragon also hurriedly asked, "Little one, what about me? Do you know me?" Big bad dragon. "I." The dark red divine dragon was extremely displeased with this form of address. "Kid, you should be calling me the Dragon Emperor of the 8 Barren Lands. The one and only sword comes from the west." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at the dark red divine dragon, and then looked at the little white monkey. "What happened just now? Can you transform? What race are you?" Chapter 3248. The snow-white little monkey shook its head, still very confused. Forget it. Lin Xian didn't ask further. He knew that the snow-white little monkey was a mutant of heaven and earth, so it should be normal for it to have mysterious divine abilities. In any case, the other party would become stronger and stronger in the future. Moreover, the other party didn't encounter any danger, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Next, he put away all the storage rings and spirit boats of the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan. Then, the two of them returned to the spirit boat and flew quickly. They flew towards the elven planet. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan had several half-sages, and the resources in their storage rings were very rich. Hence, Lin Xian obtained a lot of things from this killing operation, including many divine crystals. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had spent almost all his divine crystals to inquire about the Tao Stone. Originally, he had a headache, but now the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan had given him so many divine crystals. It was enough for him to cultivate for this period of time. Next, Lin Xian and the others entered seclusion. With He, too, controlling the spirit boat, they flew in the universe. In another place in the pitch-black universe, a man who looked like a demon was riding a dragon boat. In front of him, there was a light screen with a light spot that was moving quickly. The great demon looked at the moving light spot on the light screen and snorted coldly. "I want to see where you can escape to." Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others opened their eyes. They were almost at their destination. After flying for another 2 months, a green planet finally appeared in front of them. The green planet was too strange and was very different from other worlds. Green light surrounded it and emitted a dense vitality. What a powerful wood power! Lin Xian was shocked. He also had a fragment of the wood law, so he could naturally feel the powerful vitality of the world below. This should be the elven planet, right? These green lights were all forests. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was also shocked. He had never seen a world with such a vast forest that occupied more than 90% of the entire world. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and sped up the spirit ship. They entered the elven planet. Half a day later, Lin Xian and company walked out of the spirit boat. He put away the spirit boat with the little white monkey sitting on his shoulder. The dark red divine dragon followed beside him, and the three of them looked around. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast and boundless primeval forest with luxuriant foliage. All kinds of rare and precious beasts were running and roaring within. The vitality here was very strong. Where was the elf forest? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although most of this place was a primeval forest, it should be divided into many regions. That's easy. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and turned into a phantom as it rushed down. Soon he flew up with a demonic beast in his hand. This was a 9-star demon king. Originally, it was an overlord-level existence in the forest. However, in front of the dark red divine dragon, he was trembling. "Spare me!" This 9-star demon king was trembling uncontrollably. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. "If you want to live, tell us where the elf forest is." "So the three of you want to go to the elf forest? That's easy. I'll take you there." The demon king's body trembled. Soon, the dark red divine dragon released its claws, and the 9-star demon king's body transformed into a flying demonic beast that was tens of thousands of meters long. He said, "Come on up, I'll take you there now." Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the little white monkey got on the back of the flying demonic beast, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. After flying for about another day, the demonic beast stopped. He said, "Below us is the elf forest. The elf forest is very large, but the dark green ahead is the depths of the elf forest. It's very dangerous inside." At this point, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Clearly, this place was also a forbidden area for them. "All right, you can go." Lin Xian waved his hand and didn't kill them. The Demon King was so excited that he was about to cry. He turned into a gust of demonic wind and quickly fled. Was this the elf forest? The dark red divine dragon looked around in surprise. He looked at the little white monkey to see if there were any treasures below. "Yeah, I feel that there are a lot of good things." Little White waved its little claws, its big gem-like eyes emitting light. "There should be a lot of natural treasures and rare fruits below. Let's go down and take a look." Since they had come to the elf forest, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He would collect some resources first. In the next moment, the three of them flew down. This elf forest was indeed terrifying. There were groups of demonic beasts, and just the outside was already very dangerous. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were extremely powerful. The two of them worked together and easily killed everything. Countless demon kings prostrated on the ground, not daring to resist. Under the lead of the little white monkey, they obtained a lot of good things. These were all spirit herbs and spirit fruits that contained extremely strong energy, and most of them were recovery type. As expected of the elven planet, the vitality of the forest here was so exuberant. That was indeed the case. Lin Xian keenly observed that the life forms of the plants and monsters around him were much stronger than those of the monsters from other worlds. This should be a wood-type star, and the power of wood on it was very dense. That was why such a scene was created. I wonder where the wood Dao stone is. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. Her soul spread out in all directions like a tide. Soon, it covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Nothing. He frowned slightly. He had the Sun Dao stone in his hand, so he could naturally sense the aura of the other Dao stones. The aura of the Dao stones was extremely mysterious. The Dao runes contained on them were very special. If there was, he should have been able to sense it immediately. It seemed that there was nothing outside. It should be in the depths. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. His eyes erupted with a piercing golden light as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. They transformed into 2 mysterious runes that pierced through the void and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through everything and soon saw the depths of the elven forest. But in the next moment he frowned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he had indeed sensed a mysterious power. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he realized that that place was covered by a mysterious aura. Even so, he couldn't see through it. Lin Xian retracted his gaze. The dark red divine dragon beside him asked, "Kid, what did you see? Is there a wood-type Dao stone?" "I didn't see it. The depths of the elven forest are indeed not ordinary. There is a mysterious aura that blocks my observation. However, I did feel an extremely strong life force. Perhaps it should be a Dao stone. Moreover, with the news of the Langya star, it shouldn't be wrong." Chapter 3249. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and Snow White little Marquis walked towards the depths of the elven forest. At the same time, another group of people landed on the elven planet. It was a man in purple. He had a handsome face and a trace of evil in his eyes. Behind him were 2 followers, but they were also very powerful and had comprehended a level close to the Tao. "Master, this is the elven planet." A servant beside him hurriedly took out a scroll and opened it. The sky flickered and a map of the elven planet appeared. The servant pointed at a forest above and said, "This was the elven forest." Elven forest? The octatic treasure snake should be inside. Let's go. The purple-robed man's figure swayed and flew forward. The two servants behind him quickly followed. On the other side, in the forest, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were very fast. They shuttled through and finally arrived at the depths of the elven forest. This was a forbidden area, so ordinary people wouldn't come here. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon didn't even encounter a single person along the way other than beasts. However, after arriving at the depths of the forest, there were fewer beasts around. But thinking about it, there should still be some. Moreover, although there were fewer beasts, their strength would probably increase by several times. Not long after the two of them entered, they were attacked. There was a tree demon around them with terrifying strength. The vines that filled the sky were extremely powerful as they pierced towards Su Qin and the dark red divine dragon at high speed. At the same time, the two of them felt the blood in their bodies churning as if they were about to be sucked dry. Boom! The dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out thunder in all directions. Thunderwood. Instantly, the vines of these plants were sent flying. On Lin Xian's side, he also executed the law of metal, forming a terrifying sword light that slashed forward. With a slash of his sword, a vacuum was formed in front of him. Soon, they left the range of the tree demon. But not long after, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon also snorted coldly as a cold light erupted from its eyes. I'm a little dizzy." Little White sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and shook its head as if it was drunk. "Little guy, be careful. This flower is poisonous." Lin Xian looked at Little White and injected some energy into its body. Humph! He snorted coldly, and countless sword qi rose up, completely enveloping them. There must be a very poisonous flower in the surroundings that affected them. However, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword spirit and could destroy everything. Even if there were poisonous flowers, they were not afraid. After the sword qi enveloped them, it quickly isolated them from the poison. Lin Xian's group continued onward. During this period, they encountered all kinds of demonic beasts. Some of them had even reached the half-saint level. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were powerful. They relied on various magical powers to safely pass through. Otherwise, if it were other half-sages, they would have fallen here. No wonder no one dared to come here. This was indeed a very dangerous place. However, it wasn't as if Lin Xian and the others didn't return empty-handed. Although this place was dangerous, other martialists rarely came here. This also meant that the treasures here were very old. Lin Xian found a few 9,000-year-old king herbs. He even found a small tree that was very old and had an extremely strong power. According to the dark red divine dragon speculation, it should be more than 10,000 years old. Lin Xian was extremely tempted. He plucked the spiritual fruits on it and gave them to the dark red divine dragon and Little White. He put away the rest. He even plucked some leaves. It was an unexpected harvest. After doing this, they walked forward even faster. These could only be considered unexpected surprises. His main goal was the wood attribute, Tao Stone. Gradually, a gray fog appeared in front of them, enveloping the entire area. Poisonous gas. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the path ahead would become even more dangerous. He used his sword qi even more bitingly cold, almost forming a sword-shaped small world. Their group was extremely powerful and had the power to destroy everything. The group walked into the poisonous gas. This time they were attacked even more. Other than these tree demons, there were also all kinds of demonic beasts. It was impossible to guard against them. Suddenly, they stopped because there were a few corpses in front of them. These corpses no longer had flesh and blood, only bones were left. However, those bones were extremely unusual. Although they were broken and scattered on the ground, there was a light flowing on them. They carried a terrifying power. Obviously, these were the bones of a powerhouse. It seemed that this person was at least a half-saint powerhouse. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claw and grabbed the bones to look at them closely. Lin Xian also frowned. He found that although these bones were flowing with a mysterious aura, there were also many black spots on them. It was obvious that they had died from poison. It seemed that there were at least 3 half-saint corpses here. He didn't know if they were companions or if they had been attacked. However, it was obvious that they hadn't killed each other. Instead, they had been killed by the terrifying existence here. Be careful. They took a deep breath and continued to walk forward. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with a cold light. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed. There was someone. There was indeed someone ahead. However, the aura was very weak. Lin Xian and the others sped up and flashed over. There was a small stream in front of them, and beside the stream, there was a figure lying there. That person's armor was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. There was a huge crack on his body that had been forcefully torn open. The crack that the person couldn't heal was black and carried an extremely strong poison. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air in front of them, the person by the river raised his head with difficulty, revealing a pale face. Lin Xian could see that this was a young warrior, and by the looks of it he should be a genius. He was very powerful and had reached the half-saint realm. However, he was now seriously injured. Not only his body, but his soul seemed to have been severely injured. Save me quickly. Seeing that someone was coming, the man hurriedly asked for help. However, as soon as he spoke, he spat out a large amount of blood that pierced through the void. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. However, he still struck out a beam of the law of wood and poured it into the man's body. Immediately, the man felt a vitality enveloping him. What's going on? Who attacked you? Is there a terrifying existence ahead? The dark red divine dragon also flew over and asked with a frown. He gave the man a few more pills, and the man breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life. I can't thank you enough. However, I advise you to leave quickly. There is a terrifying existence ahead. It's too terrifying. We can't kill him at all. However, he can easily kill us. Chapter 3250. 5 Half-Saints. When Lin Xian and the dark red dragon heard this, their expressions turned solemn. The joint forces of 5 half-saints was already an extremely terrifying force, but now 4 of them had been killed and 1 was seriously injured. It was unbelievable. What kind of existence was that? How could it be so terrifying? The dark red dragon asked. The young half-saint shook his head. His eyes were filled with fear. We don't know. He doesn't seem to have a physique and can transform into many forms. He can even split up. His body seems to be immortal. No matter how serious his injuries are, they can heal quickly. He calls himself an immortal. He's the one and only immortal. What, an immortal? When he said that, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. If he was really an immortal, then they were in danger. Even a great emperor couldn't become an immortal. They knew how terrifying an immortal was. But soon, the dark red dragon shook its head. Impossible. There couldn't be an immortal here. A great emperor could rule thousands of worlds and sweep through the universe, let alone an immortal. If the other party was really an immortal, he would have gone out and ruled thousands of worlds. Why would he hide in a forest? Lin Xian nodded and quieted down. The little white monkey on his shoulder was holding a spirit fruit and gnawing on it. Its big black eyes were filled with curiosity. It said, I seem to feel a strange energy in front of me, but it doesn't seem to be an edible fruit. Strange energy. Could it be a Tao stone? Lin Xian was shocked. His eyes lit up. He and the dark red dragon looked at each other and took a deep breath. No matter how dangerous it was, they still had to take a look. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The pale face of the young half-saint in front of him suddenly became ferocious. His eyes also turned green, and his body emitted a gloomy aura. In the next moment, he roared crazily and instantly attacked Lin Xian. The attack was unexpected. The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. At this distance, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. Boom! When the attack landed on him, it immediately tore apart the sword light on his body and landed on his body. Lin Xian was sent flying. Fortunately, his divine body was strong enough to block the attack. However, Lin Xian's blood was still boiling. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon roared and swung its tail. Like a raging wave crashing against the shore, it sent the injured half-saint flying. Damn it, we saved you out of kindness. But you actually dare to bite the hand that feeds you. He roared as if he had gone mad. The snow-white little monkey was also panting with rage, waving its little paws. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he stood up and suppressed his surging blood and qi. No, something was wrong with him. He raised his head and looked ahead. As expected, the injured half-saint had been sent flying. He crashed into a tree branch in the distance and fell to the ground. His expression was hideous and pained. Kill me, I beg you, kill me. He's here. He's inside me. What the hell? The dark red divine dragon was startled. It seemed that there was something in the injured half-saint's body that was controlling him. It's him. It's that undying thing. One of his clones has entered my body. Kill me quickly. Give me a quick death. The injured half-saint screamed crazily. In the next moment, he completely lost his mind. His face was shrouded in green light. It was extremely distorted. The blood on his body was no longer flowing. He emitted a cold aura and his killing intent exploded. He roared and charged towards Lin Xian. The surrounding ancient trees and plants were all mobilized by him. They formed countless attacks and suppressed Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if he was facing the North Demon. The blood in his body was boiling as if it was about to be sucked away. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and destroyed the terrifying power. Buzz! At this moment, the injured half-saint had already charged over. Terrifying fragments of laws rose from his body and formed a light palm that grabbed towards Lin Xian's head. This light palm could tear everything apart. It was extremely terrifying. Sword, come! Lin Xian roared as he waved the countless fragments of the nomological laws of metal in his hand to form a golden sword of light. The sharp aura of the dragon sword soul flickered on it. Buzz! The sword slashed out. The power of laws, accompanied by the power of the great dragon sword soul, slashed forward. With a poochie sound, the sword split the opponent apart. The half-saint's soul floated in the void. Lin Xian could clearly see that there was a green ghost face on the half-saint's soul. It was extremely ferocious. It must be this green ghost face that controlled the half-saint. Kill me, the half-saint's soul said weakly. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He knew that the half-saint would not survive. Thinking of this, he waved his sword again. A terrifying sword intent released a terrifying power and slashed forward. Feeling the power of the sword, the half-saint's green ghost face screamed and dodged instantly. However, how could he dodge Lin Xian's sword qi? The sword qi turned into a green lotus that directly enveloped the half-saint and quickly destroyed him. However, not only did this attack destroy the half-saint's green ghost face, but the half-saint's soul also dissipated. In the end, the half-saint's soul that was becoming fainter and fainter smiled. He stared at Lin Xian and seemed to be relieved. Thank you. Whoosh! The half-saint's soul dissipated. He had completely fallen. Lin Xian's heart was a little heavy. What was this ghost face? It was too terrifying. It could actually control a half-saint. Moreover, looking at the half-saint's terrified expression, It seemed that he had no strength to fight back at all. It seemed that there was indeed great danger ahead. Kid, let's go and take a look. I want to see what the hell is that thing that dares to call itself an immortal. They quickly overtook the enemy and charged forward. At this moment, another group of people came to the elf forest. It was the purple-robed young man and his 2 servants. The purple-robed young man looked at the forest below. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A biting cold light appeared in his eyes. I can feel it. I can feel the aura of the octatic treasure snake. As long as I can obtain the octatic treasure snake, I can guarantee that my strength will increase again. Perhaps I can use it to break through and become a true half-saint. This purple-robed young man was the young man that Lin Xian had met on the Langistar. His name was Zi Yuhao. He was ranked 10th on the Abyss list. He was a powerful young genius who was also a half-saint. The target he was looking for was a strange beast called the octatic treasure snake. It was already extinct and only very few worlds had it. There was one in the elf forest. It seemed that he had come for it. Chapter 3251. Zi Yuhao led the 2 servants into the elf forest, and soon they encountered danger. However, Zi Yuhao sneered. He was a powerful young genius, and his strength was terrifying. He did not even need to make a move, as the 2 servants beside him could deal with it. Just like that, they passed through, outside the elf forest. If they continued forward, they would reach the depths of the elf forest. The aura ahead made Zi Yuhao put away his smile, and his expression became a little serious. The 2 servants beside him were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. Soon, they entered the depths of the elf forest. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of the servants suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was pierced by a tree branch, and the tree branch carried a terrifying power that sucked his blood dry. "Master, save me!" The servant abandoned his physical body, and his soul floated out, screaming in the sky. Not good. The other servant's pupils constricted. It was too terrifying. He also opened up his domain and covered his body. The armor on his body shone with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, he was sent flying and vomited blood. He was attacked as well. Zi Yuhao sneered. "A mere tree demon dares to be arrogant in front of me?" He took out a short knife and waved it out. The purple short knife swayed, carrying a terrifying law fragment. With a slash of the knife, all the surrounding branches were cut into pieces. With more than 10 slashes, the terrifying tree demon was sent running away. The 2 servants heaved a sigh of relief. The soul in the sky entered the physical body, absorbed the power of heaven and earth, and recovered again. "Thank you, Master, for helping." The servant knelt on the ground and was very respectful. The other servant was also full of admiration. Master's strength was so strong that he could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A mere elf forest could not do anything to him. Zi Yuhao snorted. "Of course, let's go." He strode forward, and the 2 servants followed closely behind. After walking for about an hour, Zi Yuhao frowned. He felt as if he was being stared at by a mysterious pair of eyes. With a snort, countless blade lights rushed out from his body, carrying a terrifying law phantom, and slashed in all directions. Even the void was torn apart. "Master, there is a corpse in front." One of the servants pointed at the bones in front and exclaimed. Zi Yuhao frowned as well. Half-saints' corpses. Half-saints had fallen here, and there was more than one. Just as they were about to step forward to investigate, the servant on the left suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His expression became incomparably strange as he frantically attacked. "Humph!" Zi Yuhao snorted coldly. His body shook, and the purple light on his body formed a barrier. Does he not know what happened to his servant? But how could a mere power that was close to the Tao resist? He really overestimated himself. However, in the next moment he made a light sound. That was because he discovered that his servant's attack had actually pierced through the light he had shot out. Get lost. This was no longer a power that was close to the Tao, and it was enough to threaten him. Zhi Yuhao shouted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy blasted out along with a storm. It was as if it could tear the entire world apart. Pung! The servant was sent flying. His body was torn apart, but he soon reassembled. His face turned incomparably green, and his body emitted a green light. Damn it, what's going on? Zhi Yuhao tightly frowned. However, at that moment, the other servant beside him also became incomparably strange. Both of them underwent a strange change and attacked him. A purple short blade appeared in Zhi Yuhao's hand. He slashed out, and the two servants were cut in half. However, the state of the two servants at that moment was very strange. They seemed to have endless vitality. Although their bodies were shattered, they reassembled and quickly charged forward. Damn it! Zhi Yuhao roared angrily and fought with them. In the end, although he killed the two servants, his expression was very ugly. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle because the other party was too difficult to kill. In the end, he discovered a green ghost face on the souls of the two servants, which made his heart beat wildly. What was that thing? He did not know, but he knew that there should be a terrifying existence inside. Damn it, I don't want to provoke that thing. I have to quickly find the octatic treasure snake and leave quickly. He was no longer as calm as when he came. Before he came, he thought that he was a top heavenly sect, a young half-step saint who could suppress everything. A mere elf forest was nothing in his eyes. But now he realized that he was wrong. This place was really terrifying. He reckoned that he was no match for it at all. Fortunately, he did not encounter the other party's main body. He only exchanged blows with the other party from a distance. Thinking of this, Zhi Yuhao turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the forest. In the forest, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon continued on their way. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Fortunately, he had the great dragon's sword spirit. His sword qi was abnormally sharp and could destroy everything. That was why he could easily kill that monster. Otherwise, if it was another half-step saint, it might be very troublesome, or even lose their lives. Suddenly, the aura in front of them became cold, and the surrounding plants also turned dark green. Most of them were poisonous. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were especially careful. However, at this moment, Whitey cheered. "Yeah, I seem to have sensed something delicious. Oh, a natural treasure?" Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eye and looked in all directions. Soon he was stunned. Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw a cold pond tens of thousands of miles away. That cold pond was emitting a terrifying cold aura. However, Lin Xian's attention was not on the cold pond, but around it. There was a plant. It shone brilliantly, and there was a fruit on it. It was like a dancing snake. It was a serpent fruit, and from the looks of it, it should be a 10,000-year-old serpent fruit. Lin Xian hurriedly told what he saw. The dark, red divine dragon took a deep breath after hearing it. The snow-white little monkey squinted its big eyes into crescents. It was indeed delicious. This little guy is really a foodie. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. They quickly rushed over. Lin Xian had never seen a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb before. However, he saw one in the elf forest this time. He did not expect to see another one now. How could he give up? He must get the serpent fruit. Soon they crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived near the cold pond. Their eyes were all fixed on the serpent fruit. Whitey ran to the front and stretched out its furry little paw, wanting to pluck the serpent fruit. However, at this moment, there was a change in the cold pond. An extremely cold light with terrifying power pierced through the void and headed for the snow-white little monkey. Whitey turned into a white light and dodged quickly. However, at the same time, it did not have the chance to pluck the serpent fruit. I'm so angry. Whitey was fuming. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he shifted his gaze from the 10,000-year snake spirit fruit to the cold pond beside him. Chapter 3252. The dark red divine dragon looked over and said, "Kid, I sense an aura. It seems that there's a demonic beast inside." "Is there a demonic beast?" Lin Xian frowned. Then he sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of sword energies rushed in. Instantly, the cold pond was pierced through, and an angry roar came from inside. Then, countless cold pond water danced, turning into water pillars that pierced through the void. They were like waves crashing in all directions. From the water pillars that filled the sky, a huge creature rushed out. This was a huge snake. It was very huge, at least 1,000 feet long. Its body carried a monstrous, cold, baleful aura. Its huge head emitted a cold light. Not only that, what was even stranger was that on the snake's body, there were 8 eyes that flickered. What demonic beast is this? It was so strange. Lin Xian looked at the 8 strange eyes and frowned. Those 8 eyes were incomparably blood-red and looked very strange. With a glance, it was as if they could pierce through one's soul. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Sword light soared from his body, severing this terrifying connection. At the side, the dark red divine dragon screamed. "Octatic treasure snake. There's actually an octatic treasure snake here." "Octatic treasure snake, what is that?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said, "Ancient mutated beasts were extremely terrifying. It was just that he didn't expect to encounter one here. One had to know that the octatic treasure snake had been extinct for a long time. Some worlds basically didn't have it. He didn't expect that there would actually be one in this elf forest. What a pleasant surprise. Kid, this octatic treasure snake is useful to me. I will definitely kill him." The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. He waved his hand, and the terrifying fragments of the law of water returned. Instantly, the surrounding cold pond was controlled, and the power of the law rushed into the void. In an instant, the surrounding pond water transformed into chains that rushed over, instantly enveloping the huge body of the octatic treasure snake. Roar! The octatic treasure snake roared towards the sky. "Damn human, you actually dare to attack me? You really deserve to die." He opened his mouth and spat out a blue aura. It was like a wave, but also like lightning. It instantly streaked past and attacked Lin Xian. Boom! Seeing the other party charging at him, Lin Xian raised his fist and punched out. At this moment, he was like the god of fire. His fist carried a terrifying flame energy as he rushed out. In an instant, the blue aura was shattered. Lin Xian roared and soared into the sky. "Despicable human! You actually dare to disturb my rest. Go to hell!" The octatic treasure snake roared angrily, its enormous body swaying. The chains formed by the frigid pond's water were instantly shattered. He let out a roar as his figure was teleported toward Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian kicked out and collided with his opponent's attack. In the next moment, Lin Xian was sent flying. The octatic treasure snake was also sent flying, its massive body crashing into the ground, crushing a large area of the forest. 1,000,000 miles of cracks appeared on the ground. Damn it! The octatic treasure snake faced the sky and roared. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a strong physique! It wasn't damaged at all. At the same time, he was surprised. His opponent's strength was also very strong. He was actually able to send him flying. Kid, be careful. The octatic treasure snake isn't simple. At the side, the dark red divine dragon reminded him and also flew over. Seeing the dark red divine dragon, a cold smile appeared in the octatic treasure snake's huge eyes. "Damn snake, you actually dare to attack your ancestor? Tui, fuck you. You snake." The dark red divine dragon was enraged. With a roar, its body grew larger. Divine light bloomed, Clouds drifted and lightning surrounded it. He transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. On the other side, the octatic treasure snake was impacted. Its body trembled, but it was quickly controlled by him. Its huge eyes shone with a terrifying light. "Dragons, you're actually a dragon." She was truly shocked, but soon she laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, looks like my luck is really good. I actually encountered a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon with mediocre strength. That's fine too. After eating you, I might be able to evolve again." Its huge body swayed, and its huge body charged toward the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws, bringing with it a storm of thunder to resist. The two huge creatures began to fight. The forest within 1,000,000 miles continuously collapsed. The void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. The commotion here attracted a figure in the distance. In the distant forest, Zi Yuhao's expression was grave. After searching for so long, he still hadn't seen the octatic treasure snake. This made him a bit angry. Could it be that the news was wrong? But that shouldn't be. How could the news from the Langius star be wrong? It should be in this forest. It was just that this forest was too huge. It covered the entire world. He couldn't find it at all. And he didn't want to stay in the depths of this forest for too long. After all, the things that had happened before had left him with lingering fear. However, just as he was feeling anxious, a violent tremor suddenly came from the distance. There was even a terrifying roar. That roar caused the blood in his body to boil. What a terrifying aura! Could it be the octatic treasure snake? Thinking of this, Zi Yuhao was incomparably excited. He turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and quickly flew in the direction of the sound. He flew all the way and finally saw a huge creature with 8 blood-red eyes on its back that flickered with a demonic light. Octatic treasure snake. That's right, it was indeed the octatic treasure snake. This was great, he had finally found it. Zi Yuhao was incomparably excited. But soon he frowned because the octatic treasure snake was fighting, and it seemed that the other party was also very powerful. He looked to the other side and his pupils constricted. He was extremely shocked. It was actually a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It soared through the clouds and spewed out thunder that filled the sky as if it was a heavenly tribulation. Could it be a dragon? He didn't know if it was a native dragon of the elven planet or a foreign dragon powerhouse that had descended here. Could it be that his target was also the octatic treasure snake? Zi Yuhao furrowed his brows. This was not good news for him. His expression was cold as he looked around again. Soon he was stunned again. He noticed that there was a figure standing next to the 2 behemoths. It was a handsome man in a red robe. On his shoulder was a white monkey that looked like a fur ball. It was him. Zi Yuhao quickly exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized it. He had seen this man in red before. He had seen him twice on the Langya planet. He didn't expect that the other party would also come here. Could it be that the other party was in cahoots with this dragon? The other party's target was also the octatic treasure snake? Thinking of this possibility, Zi Yuhao's face turned cold. The octatic treasure snake was very important to him and was even the key to him becoming a saint. He had to obtain it. He would hide first and sneak attack the red-clothed youth below. Then he would hide at the side and watch the battle. When the 2 beasts were both injured, he would make his move. This way, not only would he be able to obtain the octatic treasure snake, but if he was lucky, he would also be able to kill a dragon. Chapter 3253. Zi Yuhao's body became fainter and fainter before completely merging into the void and disappearing. At the same time, he pulled out his purple dagger in the dark. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew downwards like a ghost. As a half-step saint, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived below, behind the red-clothed youth. The dagger in his hand carried the power of law as he stabbed forward. Below, Lin Xian stood at the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle. All of his attention was on the battlefield in front of him, because he was really curious about the octatic treasure snake. He didn't know what the 8 eyes on his back were for. Up until now, the magical powers and laws that the octatic treasure snake used had nothing to do with the 8 eyes. Just as he was thinking, a terrifying force suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed towards him. Damn it! Someone was here. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he was sent flying by this huge force. Haha, kid! You definitely won't survive after being hit by me. Zi Yuhao transformed into his human form and sneered. He was a top genius, ranked 10th on the Abyss list. His strength was extremely powerful. Even a veteran half-step saint was not his match, let alone his current strength. With a surprise attack, the other party would definitely be killed with a single slash. Damn it, it's actually you. You actually dare to attack me? In front of him, a cold voice came. Immediately after, a red-robed figure walked over. The other party's red robe was shattered, but it quickly recovered. Lin Xian's red robe was condensed from power, so he wasn't afraid of it being shattered at all. How was this possible? He wasn't injured. Seeing that Lin Xian's aura was strong and there wasn't a single drop of blood, Zi Yuhao was stunned. Could it be that the other party was wearing a half-step saint artifact battle armor? His expression was ugly, but it shouldn't be. Even if he was wearing battle armor, this attack could cause the other party to suffer internal injuries. It seemed that the other party should have forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a top-grade artifact protecting you. You're really lucky, but unfortunately you met me. Now obediently accept your death, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. Zi Yuhao snorted coldly as an extremely cold aura emanated from his body. Even though he didn't die from this attack, so what? Even if he were to fight his opponent head-on, he would still be able to kill his opponent. The sneak attack just now was just to kill him in one blow and not cause any unnecessary trouble. To tell you the truth, I'm ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard, Zi Yuhao. You should have heard of my name, right? Kneel down and accept your death, Zi Yuhao shouted, announcing his name and identity in order to intimidate the other party. After all, with the Abyss ranking and purple names, which one of them wasn't a world-shaking, peerless powerhouse? If the other party heard this, he would be scared witless. 10th on the Abyss leaderboard? When Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. Seeing Lin Xian's strange expression, Zi Yuhao sneered. Brat, are you afraid? If you are, then obediently accept your death. In his opinion, no one would not be afraid of him, unless they were ranked higher than him. However, there were only a few people ranked higher than him, and he knew most of them. What's more, the aura of those ranked higher than him was terrifying. He could probably recognize them at a glance. Even Lu Mu and Yan Nantian had to retreat in front of me, let alone you. Lin Xian snorted coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What heard this? Zi Yuhao, who was in front of him, was stunned. He knew Lu Mu and Yan Nantian. He knew Lu Mu, who was ranked one place higher than him, ranked 9th. Although he had never seen Yan Nantian, he had heard that the other party was the successor of a great emperor, and his strength and talent were very strong. And it was said that he was ranked 4th this time. He had completely surpassed him. In fact, if he calculated it this way, his ranking should not be 10th, but 11th. Lu Mu and Yan Nantian were both relatively powerful existences. But what did the other party say? These two people retreated in front of the other party. What a joke! Brat, you really know how to talk big. If it were an ordinary person, they might really be scared by you. But if you want to lie to me, there is no possibility at all. Who do you think you are to be able to beat Lu Mu and Yan Nantian? What a joke! Zi Yuhao did not believe it at all. You don't believe it, right? It doesn't matter. I will beat you until you believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly rushed to the left. Damn, brat, I was careless just now. Now I will take it seriously. You are definitely no match for me. Zhu Hao snorted and took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly burst out, and a terrifying power filled the entire space. At this moment, he seemed to have really turned into a peerless god of war. The short knife in his hand slashed out crazily again. However, this time, Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably dignified. He raised a palm and moved it forward. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This palm was like the palm of a deity. It covered the entire space, and the purple aura was crushed continuously. Zhu Hao's attack was also quickly split apart under this palm. Not good. Zhu Hao's expression changed greatly. He felt that the other party's palm was like a 5-fingered mountain with a terrifying power that could suppress him. If it were an ordinary sage-to-be, he would probably dodge quickly. But he was ranked 10th on the ranking list. How could he dodge? His glory did not allow him to dodge. With a roar, Zhu Hao held the short knife and faced the attack. The entire space collapsed quickly. Purple aura surged, and a terrifying knife, light, soared into the sky again. It was as if the knife god was roaring. Lin Xian's palm fell mercilessly, carrying the law of fire fragment and mysterious runes. Boom! The entire space shook violently. Zhu Hao was enveloped by this palm. The short knife in his hand was sent flying. Not only that, but his body was also directly slapped to the ground by this palm. Boom! 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 The ground continued to shatter, and a huge abyss appeared. Zhu Hao's body fell into the ground. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was ranked 10th in the abyss? In front of him, he was still sent flying by a palm. Damn it! How could this guy be so terrifying? In the distance, the 8-treasure snake, who was fighting with the dark red dragon, felt the power of this palm, and its expression changed. It could feel that not only was the power of the law of fire fragment powerful, but this palm was more of the power of the physical body. This guy's physique was actually so strong. He was simply a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. The 8 treasures, Snake frowned. If Lin Xian attacked and joined forces with the dark red dragon, then he would really be in danger. Thinking of this, he roared and attacked like a madman.